Sit up, man, it's a courtroom. I'll be your asshole. Okay.
This is good.
Okay, this is the 5 a.m. initial appearance docket. We're going to call you in here individually, tell you why you're here. When you come into this room, stand behind the lectern that's in the center of the room. Give me your full name, date of birth. I'll be giving you important information concerning your case. You don't have to try to memorize what I tell you, because before you leave the area, you'll receive a printed copy of a document that contains all the important information concerning your case to take with you. If you're someone who's here on a probation violation matter that'll be heard in Maricopa County Superior Court, the public defender's office appointed to represent you at this time so that you will have counsel at your next court appearance. If you're someone who is released, make sure that you review the release order and all of its conditions carefully. For example, if the conditions include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime or having contact with alleged victims or witnesses, and you violate those conditions and you're taken into custody for that reason, you will not be released from custody easily again. Okay, we'll start with Jeremiah Lee, and then it'll be Miranda Badger. Full name, date of birth?
3/11/86.
And your full name?
Jeremiah Dwayne Lee, sir.
All right. You are here because of two different cases. You were previously charged with possession of dangerous drugs. You were to be sentenced on the charges on May 5th. When you didn't show up, they issued a warrant for your arrest with a $2,500 bond. Your next court date in that matter now will be June 5th at 8:30 in Superior Court downtown Phoenix. The reason you're in front of us this morning is because you were arrested yesterday and charged with one count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felonies. I appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your problem with that case is, under Arizona law, if you are arrested, charged with a felony, and released, which you were prior to your sentencing, and while you're on that release, you are arrested and charged with committing a new felony, Arizona law requires that you be held without bond on that new case. And in this particular situation, your next court date will be June 5th at 8:30. You'll be held without bond in that case. And your orders are right over there.
So I won't get out today?
We got a $2,500 bond in the case that an arrest warrant was issued. That's the amount that the judge put on the bond. And then, because of the felony release law that Arizona has, you'll be held without bond on the new charge.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
All right, thank you, sir.
Miranda Badger, then it'll be Bernardo Martinez. Full name, date of birth?
Miranda Rochelle Robinson Badger, and 10/3/1991.
All right, ma'am, you were on felony probation, 2 separate felony convictions in Maricopa County. In December of last year, a warrant for your arrest was issued in each of those 2 cases for violating conditions of probation. In one case, the bond was set at $10,000, and the other at $500. Your next court date in these two matters will be June 5th at 8:30, Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, and your order's right over there.
Okay, thank you.
Bernardo Martinez, and then it will be Joseph Kern. Full name, date of birth, please. Full name, date of birth.
Bernardo S. Martinez, born 4/23/74.
All right, Mr. Martinez, you are here because you're on felony probation in Maricopa County Superior Court. They contend you violated conditions of probation, and on May 5th, a warrant for your arrest was issued with a $1,500 bond. Your next court date in that matter now will be your revocation arraignment hearing, June 5th at 8:30 in Superior Court downtown.
I went to the probation officer. They didn't give me an address or anything, but I know a probation officer off of Central or 7th Street and Elwood. They went in there. It says, your name's not on here. You're not on probation. You already went to court, and they exempted everything that you've done. And I said, that's true. But they still said I had to go, and I still went and checked. And still, I checked again, and they said my name is not on here for being on probation.
Well, the petition to revoke was filed on May 5th, and it alleges that you failed to report to the adult probation department.
It says it failed, but I didn't.
Within 72 hours of your release from incarceration on April 21st, they attempted to locate you. They went to the residence that you said that you were living at.
Yeah, 1436 East
Well,
Illinois.
I'm just telling you what the petition says.
And nobody showed up, because I stayed there, and my family's there, and the kids were there, and they said,
Well,
nobody showed up.
Well, the next violation, it said defendant did not reside at an address approved by the adult probation department, and on or about April 4th, the defendant provided partial, invalid, unverifiable residential address. His whereabouts have been unknown since that date, April 21st. Again, they state what they did to attempt to locate where you were. Anyway, you can discuss this with your attorney on the next court date that you have, which is the middle of next week. Okay.
Okay, something weird too. When they arrested me, they said, "Oh, we have to update your address and everything, and your information online on police, and we don't have you on report or anything." I'm like, "Well, what the hell's going on, man?"
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Even I don't. They don't even have my name on
the petition to revoke was filed, an arrest warrant was issued, and you got picked up on it. Well, you know, and actually you got arrested today when I guess there was some shoplifting or something going on. All right, Joseph Kern, and then it will be Isabel Gompe. Full name, date of birth, please.
My name is Joseph Robert Kern, date of birth August 16th, 1990.
All right, you, sir, are on probation, two separate cases in Maricopa County for two separate felony convictions on February 14th. They issued a warrant for your arrest for violating conditions of probation. The bond set on one case was $1,000. The second one $500. Your next court date will be in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, on June 5th at 8:30. It's your revocation arraignment hearing, and your orders are right over there. All right, Isabel Gompe, and then it will be Richard Hoover. Full name, date of birth?
I'm sorry?
Full name, date of birth.
Isabel Gampy, January 10th, 1983.
All right, ma'am. You were on felony probation for two separate felony convictions you had in Maricopa County. They contend you violated conditions of probation, And in April of 2023, warrants were issued in each case for your arrest, each with a $250 bond. Your next court date now will be your revocation arraignment hearing, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, June 5th at 8:30. And your order's right over there.
So I do have a bond currently?
You have each case.
So it's 500 total?
You took 500
All
total.
right, thank you.
Richard Hoover. And then after Mr. Hoover will be Carrie Vermanderi. Full name, date of birth, please.
Richard Dakota Hoover, 12/14/95.
All right, you're here on a number of cases. The county attorney's office filed charges against you: possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. This is alleged to have occurred last December. They issued the warrant on April 21st with a $50 bond. Your next court date in that matter will be, by the way, I appointed the public defender's office to represent you in this case. Your next court date will be June 5th at 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. Then you're on felony probation on 3 separate felony convictions. And on May 19th, warrants for your arrest were issued in each of the 3 cases. In two of the 3 cases, bonds were set at $250. In the 3rd case, it was $1,000. Your next court date in these matters will be your revocation arraignment hearing, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, on June 5th at 8:30. Lastly, you have a pending, let me get back to where I was. You were previously charged and have pending a case charging you with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. A status conference was scheduled on May 23rd. When you didn't show up, they issued a warrant for your arrest with a $500 bond. Your next court date in that matter will be June 5th at 8:30. Whoops, let me see, that's not the, I think all these dates will be the same. Yeah, June 5th at 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. All right, and your orders are right over there. Carrie Vermanderi, and then it'll be Alvin Borders. Full name, date of birth? Full name, date of birth?
Carl Vermanderi, November 13th, 1954.
All right, Mr. Vermanderi, you were previously charged with aggravated assault with a deadly or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony. A trial management conference was scheduled on May 5th. When you didn't appear, they issued a warrant for your arrest with a $100,000 cash-only bond. Your next court date will be on June 9th at 8:30 in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. And your order's right over there. Alvin Borders, and then it will be Salvatore Rullo. Full name, date of birth.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Full name, date of birth, please.
Excuse me?
Full name, date of birth.
Alvin Borders, 8/18/67.
All right, Mr. Borders. You were indicted by a grand jury. You were charged with armed robbery, threatening to use a weapon, a Class 2 felony. This warrant was issued on March 21st with a $7,000 bond. Your next court, I appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Well, actually, the pretrial services said that you're not indigent. If that's not correct and you cannot afford to hire your own attorney, you can request appointment of counsel at any subsequent court appearance. But at this particular hearing, we're not going to appoint counsel based upon the determination that pretrial services made. Your next court date will be in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, June 6th at 8:30. Then, you were on felony probation when this is alleged to have occurred, and your probation officer has placed a hold on you and requested that the judge who issued the arrest warrants set a $500 bond on the probation violation arrest warrant. Your next court date in that matter will be June 6th at 8:30, Superior Court, downtown Phoenix. The public defender's office will represent you, who's already been appointed, all right? Your orders are right over there. Salvatore Rulo, and then it'll be Andrea Gomez. Full name, date of birth?
Salvatore Rulo, March 20th, 1993.
All right, you, sir, have been charged. It's alleged that on May 6th of this year, you committed the offenses of aggravated assault, domestic violence form, impeding breathing by choking, a Class 4 felony, possession of or use of a weapon in the commission of a drug offense, that's a Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and these last two are when you possession of a weapon in the commission of a drug offense and possession of dangerous drugs occurred yesterday. The public defender's office appointed to represent you. A $1,500 secured appearance bond is set. In this case, your next court date will be June 5th at 8:30. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or initiate any contact with the victim or witnesses. If an order of protection is issued and you're served with a copy, you must comply with its terms. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, your order's right over there. Andrea Gomez, and then it'll be Maria Rivera. Full name, date of birth, please.
Andrea Gomez, 8977.
All right, ma'am. You were arrested yesterday, charged with 4 counts of a form of shoplifting that are Class 4, or that are felonies. Actually, the offenses occurred on separate days, one on May 14th, one on May 21st, one on May 22nd, and one on May 29th. The security cameras show precisely what occurred, they allege. I appoint the public defender's office to represent you. A $2,500 secured appearance bond is set. Your next court date, June 5th at 8:30. Conditions of your release include not going back to the locations where this is alleged to have occurred, all right? And your order's right over there. Maria Rivera, and then it'll be Katie Thrush. Full name, date of birth, please.
Maria Lisa Rivera, 22076.
All right. A direct complaint has been filed by the county attorney's office against you for drug possession. The charges are possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. These are alleged to have occurred on January 13th of 2023. The I'm going to release you on your own recognizance on these charges. You are, and pretrial services made a determination that you're capable of hiring your own attorney financially. If that's not correct, you can apply for appointment of counsel. Your next court date will be June 5th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, okay? And your order's right over there.
Thank you.
Katie Thrush, and then it'll be Marco Baez Duran. Full name, date of birth?
Katie Thrush, 1492.
Okay, ma'am, you have been charged by the county attorney's office by direct complaint with possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, and 2 counts of possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felonies. Pretrial services says that you, by the way, this is by direct complaint, and this incident is alleged to have occurred in January of 2023. You'll be released on your own recognizance to appear in Superior Court on June 13th at 8:30. Okay.
I mean, I'm being released today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Carol.
Marco Duran, and then it'll be Seth Hendricks. Full name, date of birth, please.
Marco Antonio Baez Duran, date of birth, January 3rd, 1984.
All right, Mr. Duran, there is an order of protection that's been issued, and you've been served with the order, and it's alleged that you violated the restrictions by appearing where you were refused, where you've been ordered not to appear twice, once on the 27th, 2 days ago, or 3 days ago now, and once on the 29th, a couple of days later. Because of the number of violations, it has now become a felony. If you have so many violations within a 5-year period, I think it is, and you've been charged with them, it becomes a felony. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'm going to release you on supervised release to appear in Superior Court, downtown Phoenix, on June 13th. This is very important. The conditions of your release include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime or initiating any contact with the victims or witnesses. And you must continue to obey the order of protection. If you get arrested for violating the order of protection one more time, there'll probably be a big bond set and more than you can make, and you'll just spend a lot of time in jail until your cases are resolved. The way you can avoid that is not violating the order of protection by going to the place where you are not, where you are legally prohibited from going. You understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, your order's right over there. Yeah, you can pick it up right now.
Okay.
Seth Hendricks. And then after Mr. Hendricks is Ahmad Davis. Yeah, Seth Hendricks. And Davis is next after that. But doesn't make any difference which order you bring him in.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to call the house call right now.
Well, I usually do at the end of the docket.
No, that's about Davis. That is a house call.
Okay, you are Ahmad Davis? Okay, stand right here, please, and give me your full name and date of birth.
Ahmad Davis, 8/13/94.
All right, Mr. Davis. Let me get your case up here. 52. All right, you've been previously charged with, threatening and intimidating, and damaging property, a misdemeanor. A court date was set on May 13th of this year, and you didn't show up. They issued a warrant for your arrest. This incident is alleged to have occurred in August of 2023. What happened to you? Why didn't you show up?
I actually was experiencing, family issues, and my living situation wasn't in the good terms, and I didn't have no phone, so I wasn't able to communicate at the time.
Well, I'm gonna release you, and on your own recognizance, to appear in Superior Court on June 17th at 8:30. You better make sure you show up then, okay?
Yes, sir.
And your other conditions of your release are that you not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with alleged victims or witnesses. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's Olga right over there. Jasmine Wampler. And then it'll be Alan Cardoza. Full name, date of birth, please.
Jasmine Wampler, January 22nd, 1991.
All right, the county attorney's office has filed, against you the following charges: possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6. This is alleged to have occurred
2 years ago, almost.
Let me get on your next case here. Yeah, this is alleged to have occurred on August 30th of 2023. Pretrial Services says that you are capable financially of hiring your own attorney, so one will not be appointed at this time, but at your next court appearance, if that's incorrect, you can request appointment of counsel. You also were arrested, let me see, was it, whoops, let me get that over here. Yesterday on exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is in the jurisdiction of East Mesa Justice Court. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance in both of these cases. The dates will be different and the courts will be different. East Mesa Justice Court is in Mesa. Your court date there will be June 18th at 9 a.m. and everything I'm telling you will be printed on your orders. And then on the drug charge that the county attorney proceeded by direct complaint, your next court date will be June 13th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Okay, there you go, right over there.
Thank you.
Alan Cardoza, and then, whoops, he's at the, we need to have the court officer.
We have Alexander Stevenson.
Okay, is this somebody that wasn't in here when I called his name?
He's been here.
Well, who is he?
Alexander Stevenson. No, he's not. The Terrell and me.
Stevenson. We have Stevenson here. I think there's confusion between a house call and not a house call. Well, we have Stevenson here, Your Honor.
Well, we need to see Mr. Cardoza once the courtroom's cleared.
Yeah.
And is there anybody else in here besides Mr. Cardoza that I haven't seen yet that is in the courtroom?
This Alexander Stevenson.
All right, I'm looking for him on my, Alexander Stevenson. Well, okay, but he's a house call.
No,
Yeah. I think there's a confusion between us thinking he's a house call and not.
What's that?
Our confusion on it being a house call.
Okay, so he's here right now? All right, Mr. Stevenson, come in. Full name, date of birth, please.
Alexander Stevenson, February 20th, 1992.
All right, Mr. Stevenson, you're here on 4 matters. A direct complaint has been filed against you by the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, alleging that on May 20th of last year, you committed the offenses of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6. Pretrial services says you're financially capable of hiring your own counsel, I won't appoint counsel on this matter at this time, but at your next court appearance, if you don't believe that's correct, you can request appointment of counsel. A secured appearance bond in that particular case is set in the amount of $250. Next court date, June 5th at 8:30, downtown Phoenix. Then, you've got a case that you were charged with a form of assault causing physical injury, a Class 2 misdemeanor, unlawful imprisonment, in this case a misdemeanor, criminal trespass of a residential structure, a felony, and disorderly conduct by fighting, a misdemeanor. You were to be sentenced in that case on June 28th. You didn't appear, and the judge issued a warrant for your arrest with a $2,500 bond. Your next court date in that matter will be June 5th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Then, you've got 2 misdemeanor cases. The first one is out of Peoria Municipal Court. You were charged with disorderly conduct by fighting, and a court date was set on June 10th. You didn't show up. They issued a warrant for your arrest with a $250 cash-only bond. Your next court date will be in Peoria Municipal Court on June 3rd at 9 a.m. And then finally, you've got a case out of Goodyear Municipal Court's jurisdiction. I guess that's a new case. That's how you were arrested yesterday, driving on a suspended or revoked license. A $250 bond is set in that case, and your next court date will be in Goodyear Municipal Court on June 4th at 8:30. And your orders are right over there. Right over there. He's got them for you. Yeah, Mr. Cardoza, come in. You gotta stand behind that lectern and give me your full name, date of birth.
Alan Mark Cardoza, 2579.
All right, Mr. Cardoza, you have been, let me get your case up here, charged with 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor. Pretrial Services says that you're financially capable of hiring your own attorney. If that's not correct, you can request appointment of counsel at your next court appearance. The county attorney's office is asking for a $150,000 cash-only bond. I'm setting the bond in your case in the amount of $25,000. Conditions that are required to be set in any case with these are the charges. You will be subject, if you bond out or released, to electronic monitoring before you're released, and the pretrial services will supervise your release concerning conditions of when you can be free, what you are, if you are released, curfew restrictions. You're not to have any contact with minors. You are prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means. You're not to return to the scene of the crime or have any contact with the victim or witnesses. And your next court date will be June 5th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, and your order's right over there.
Okay.
All right, we have one house call I see now. Oh, no, maybe it's two. Seth Hendricks. Okay. I didn't know about him. Let me go to Ronnie Terrell first. Mr. Terrell is on felony probation. A warrant for his arrest was issued on May 12th of 2023 for violating conditions of probation with a $5,000 bond. Next court date will be June 5th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Seth Hendricks, let me find his case. That's a woman, by the way. I thought it was. Here we go. Yeah, Miss Hendricks was previously charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6, and another case with exactly the same charges. A status conference was scheduled for May 23rd. When she didn't show up, they issued a warrant for arrest with a $500 bond in each case. Her next court date now will be June 5th at 8:30 in Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Seth Hendricks, let me find him. Well, no, that's who it was. I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay, the only thing, one person left the house call will be Rachel Mace. Let me get that up here. Rachel she's on felony probation on 4 separate felony convictions. A revocation of arraignment hearing was scheduled on May 27th. In each case, she failed to appear. A $250 bond was set on the arrest warrant in each of those cases, and her next court date will be June 5th at 8:30 at a revocation arraignment hearing. Then she has new charges. When she was arrested, she is alleged to have possessed dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony. I appoint the public defender's office to represent her. $250 bond, and her next court date will be June 5th at 8:30 also in Superior Court downtown Phoenix. All right, so let me get the numbers of these people.
I'm going to take them back real quick.
Okay, sure.
Walked in, everything's recorded, all things done. Name, date, birth, all right.
Have a seat.
It's gone. I would normally try and group you together, but it's...
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Carmona, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor, can you hear me?
I can. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go through our initial advisement here, and then we'll bring in our interpreter matter.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, good morning. I'm Commissioner Procco. This is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 30, 2025.
Buenos días, soy la comisionada Paco. Esta es la comparecencia inicial de las 8 de la mañana para el 30 de mayo del 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales de la toma de huellas dactilares y pruebas de ADN que se hicieron el 1 de este mes corresponden para todas las causas.
When you hear your name, please step up to the podium that's in the center of the courtroom in here.
Cuando escuchen su nombre, por favor, pasen al podio que se encuentra aquí en medio de la sala del tribunal.
At the end of your hearing today, you are going to be receiving some paperwork which will cover what we go over in here. So that means your next court dates as well as all of your release conditions.
Al final de la audiencia se le va a dar su documentación, lo cual va a incluir todo lo que estamos mencionando aquí el día de hoy. Va a ser sus siguientes audiencias y sus medidas cautelares.
Please keep in mind you have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in the courtroom is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court proceeding.
Por favor, recuerden que tienen el derecho de permanecer en silencio. Todo lo que se diga en esta sala del tribunal está grabado por ambas vías, ya sea por audio o por video. Se puede usar en alguna diligencia posterior.
I'm sorry, Ms. Marcona. We're going to begin today with Miguel Angel Medina. Sir, if you could step in the courtroom.
Medina.
Vamos a empezar con Miguel Ángel Medina. Señor, por favor, pase a la sala del tribunal.
And Ms. Carmona, I'll let you go ahead and do your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Carmona, court interpreter.
And sir, if you could state your full name and your date of birth.
Señor, ¿me puede decir su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento?
Miguel Ángel Olvera Medina, enero del día 3 del 80.
Miguel Ángel Olvedo Medina, 1/3/1980.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for two separate matters today. They are both probation violation warrants that have been issued.
Bueno, gracias, señor. Usted está aquí a razón de órdenes de arresto, a razón de quebrantos de régimen a prueba.
In each of your probation matters, there's been a petition to revoke file that alleges a violation of terms 3 and 5.
En cada uno presentó una solicitud para que se le revoque su régimen a prueba por quebranto de las disposiciones número 3 y 5.
A public defender's office has been appointed to represent you in this matter, and you currently have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30 a.m.
Your Honor, you started cutting off. Actually, will you please repeat that again?
Of course, the public defender's office has been appointed to represent you in this matter, and you currently have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30 a.m.
Se le ha nombrado un abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Va a tener una instrucción de cargos para su revocación de régimen a prueba que se va a celebrar el 5 de junio a las 8:30 de la mañana.
That hearing and all your future hearings will be held at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. You'll get the address in your paperwork.
Sus audiencias posteriores se van a celebrar en el Tribunal Superior del Centro de Phoenix. El domicilio se va a encontrar en su documentación.
The bond in each warrant has been affirmed. Each of those has a $150 secured appearance bond for a total of $300.
En cada una de ellas se le ha firmado su fianza. Es una fianza de $150 en cada uno para un total de $300.
If you do post bond and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation. You are still responsible for complying with those terms, including contacting probation within 72 hours.
Si es que paga esa fianza y lo ponen en libertad, usted tiene que estar en contacto con su agente de régimen a prueba que le está supervisando. Tiene que hacer ese contacto entre las siguientes 72 horas.
Do you have any questions regarding any of the information that I've just reviewed?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta de cualquier información que le acabo de repasar?
Pues es que he estado detenido, yo no puedo ponerme presente para lo de la probation.
The thing is that I have been detained. I haven't been able to make contact with probation.
Right, that's something to discuss with your attorney. I know you've been extradited back from Pinal County, but at this point, you are going to have to remain in custody unless you do post that bond.
Bueno, es algo que usted puede mencionarle a su licenciado. Sé que usted fue extraditado del condado Pinal, pero es algo que usted tiene que hacer por medio de su fianza.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over to your left, though, you can pick up that paperwork and have a seat. Thank you.
Si quiere pasar a su izquierda, ahí está su documentación y puede tomar asiento. Gracias.
I believe that's the only matter that I had marked as needing an interpreter, but can you just double check to make sure we didn't miss anyone?
¿Alguien más en la sala necesita los servicios de interpretación judicial en español?
Looks like we might have someone. Armando Hernandez? Okay. Yeah. All right, looks like we do have one more. He's at the end, okay. Oh, all right, Mr. Hernandez, you're going to have to go ahead and have a seat.
Okay.
We won't be able to call you till the end here, so we'll have to get another interpreter on the line.
Señor Hernández va a tener que tomar asiento en estos momentos.
All right.
Okay,
Was there anyone else who raised their hand?
¿Alguien más que haya levantado la mano?
All right. All right, thank you so much for your assistance today.
Thank you, Your Honor. The interpreter will be disconnecting. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we've got Jesus Corrales up next. After that, it's going to be Ernesto Martinez. Yeah, see if we can. Otherwise, we'll just use them. All right, sir, please state your full name and date of birth.
Jesus Felipe Corrales, 12/26/97.
All right, thank you, sir. So
Yes,
you've got 4 separate matters here today. The first one is a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 4 counts of organized retail theft. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, also a Class 4 felony. And 1 count of shoplifting is a Class 1 misdemeanor. The dates of offense in your matters range between March 31 of 2025 and May 29 of 2025. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You currently have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Given your history, the fact that you're already on probation and these other matters that we have here on the calendar, as well as your prior failure to appear and conviction history, you do have a bond in this matter, which is a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post bond and were released from custody, you're also ordered not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness in this matter. Now, that's not your primary hold. Your primary hold is going to be these probation matters. So each of your 3 probation cases are on the calendar today for a Term 1 violation. So in each one of those matters, a revocation arraignment hearing is set June 5th at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, and the public defender is appointed in those matters as well. In each of those 3 cases, you are being held without bond at this time, pursuant to Rule 7.2 and 27.7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. So the probation matters are going to keep you in custody at this time, so even if you're able to post that first bond that I gave you, you would still remain in custody. So unless that hold lifts, I do recommend leaving the $5,000 bond in place so they know you're in custody in that matter as well.
Yes, ma'am. When do so on June 5th is when I get those revocation or that probation out of the way, or what?
Well, on June 5th, you have your next hearing. That's the probation revocation arraignment hearing. Because you have a new felony offense, assuming those charges do end up getting filed and that case moves forward, it is very likely your probation matters are just going to end up going along with your open felony case. But you can certainly speak with your attorney about that.
All right, thank you.
All right. We've got Ernesto Martinez, and after that, Tristan Brown. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Ernesto Alonso Martinez, 9/8/1986.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here for two separate matters today. I'm going to go ahead and start with your Superior Court case that we have here. This is here for a bench warrant that was issued for a failure to appear. You now have a status conference set on June 5th at 8:30 a.m. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The warrant, your matter, is a non-bailable warrant. In other words, you are not eligible for bond. In this case, you are going to be held in custody at least till that next court date that you have. And that is pursuant to Rule 7.2. It looks like you failed to appear at your sentencing in this matter.
Yeah.
So you do have another case here, which is going to be out of the Agua Fria Justice Court. So that's in their case number TR 2024-154451. In that matter, they set an arraignment hearing for you on June 4 at 8:30 a.m. And in that matter, I did affirm their bond. That was a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $515. Just keep in mind, as long as you're being held non-bailable in that first one, you want to keep that bond in place so they know you're in custody in that one as well. Because I did set the bond in that matter, I did also appoint counsel to represent you for that issue as required by Rule 6.1.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions regarding either case?
But this new case, is it another charge?
I don't have a new charge in here.
Oh, okay.
So if there is a new charge coming, it could either be with a separate court or it could be coming later on.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you,
All right,
Your
thank
Honor.
you. All right, so we have Tristan Brown and then Cabinet Samualo will be up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Tristan Christopher Brown, 11/29/2001.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. The first one is going to be a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set on June 5th at 8:30 a.m., evidentiary hearing June 6th at 1:30 p.m., and a preliminary hearing June 9 at 8:30. Those are all at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I do show you are currently on felony release. That's the other case we have here today, which is CR 2025-114684. Since you are on felony release in that matter at the time this new offense allegedly occurred and probable cause has been found here, you are required at this time under Arizona law to be held without bond. So you're not eligible for release on the new charge. And that is why we set that evidentiary hearing. That's the court date I'm required to set here today in order to allow the court to review that. Because if they were to continue to hold you without bond, they would have to make some additional legal findings. You do have the second case here, which is that open felony, which is here for a bench warrant that was issued for a failure to appear. So you have the same court dates on this matter as well, which is the status conference June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9th. In that matter, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. So just keep in mind, as long as you're being held without bond in that first case, you'll want to keep your second bond, that $500 bond, in place so they know you're in custody in both matters. That does ensure you get transported to all court dates, but it also could impact your credit for time served down the road if that becomes an issue for you. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. Thank you, sir.
The misconduct involving weapons, is that stake?
The misconduct involving weapons?
Yeah.
So, yeah, the possession of a weapon by a prohibited person is the open felony matter that you have. Okay? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, thank you, sir. All right, so we've got Mr. Samuala, and then Samantha DeGroat will be up next. All right, sir, state your full name and date of birth.
Cadnia Samawila,
All right.
March 21st, 2005.
Thank you, sir. And the state?
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
All right. So, sir, you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of armed robbery. That is a Class 2 felony. One count of aggravated robbery, a Class 3 felony. 2 counts of aggravated assault, both Class 3 felonies. And 1 count of discharging a firearm within city limits. That is a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Ms. Gaunt, did you want to address release conditions in this matter?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $150,000 secured appearance bond. The subject allegedly robbed the victims at gunpoint along with another armed accomplice. He allegedly shot the victim in the leg. There is a strong weight of the evidence. We believe that he's a danger to the community and that bond is necessary to protect community safety. Additionally, we'd ask the court to seal the Form 4 and replace it with the redacted version because it contains the names and dates of birth for his minor accomplice.
The minor victim. Yeah. Okay. All right. So first of all, with respect to the Form 4, I have marked that as being sealed. And let's see, make sure it comes up. All right, so at that time, the Form 4 does have a seal on it based on the request from the state. And Mr. Samuela, with respect to your release conditions in this matter, I agree regarding the dangerous nature of the offense that you're here for, which does involve the shooting of another individual. I believe that the bond that has been requested here is appropriate under your circumstances. So you do have a $150,000 secured appearance bond. If you were to postpone and be released from custody, you're also ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant. You are not to possess any weapons while on release. That would include on your person, in your vehicle, or in your residence. Do you have any questions regarding any of that?
Would I be staying to June, was it the 5th? July 5th?
Your next court date is going to be a status conference on June 5th. That is your status conference that's set before your next judge.
All right.
Okay? All right, if you want to go and step over, though, we'll get you paperwork that will have that information in it as well. All right, so we have Samantha DeGroat, and then Tori Escobar will be up next. Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Hi, Samantha Renee DeGroat, and 3995.
All right, thank you. So you are here for an out-of-county warrant. This is a warrant that was issued out of the Yavapai County Superior Court. Our case number is CR 2025-80038. So in that matter, they were notified that you were arrested on the warrant, did both confirm the warrant as well as extradition in your matter. So an arraignment hearing has been set on June 4 at 8:30 a.m. That's going to be at the Yavapai County Superior Court. The bond in their warrant, which has been affirmed at this time, is a $150,000 secured appearance bond. If you do postpone and are released from custody before being transported out there, you do still need to attend your court date out there, or another warrant could issue at that time. If you're unable to postpone, then that does mean you would remain in custody at this time. Yavapai would need to come and transport you out there in order to attend that court date. All right, do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork. Thank you, ma'am. All right, so we have Tori Escobar. After that, it's going to be Courtney Bryant. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Tori Robert Escobar. My birthday is July 15th, 1984.
All right, thank you, sir. And the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gone on behalf of the state.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court.
Yes.
The charges here are one count of burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony, one count of interfering with an educational institution using threats, a Class 6 felony, and one count of carrying a weapon on school grounds, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have 2 court dates set at this time, which are a status conference June 5th and a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. We did receive a written recommendation from the state. Ms. Gahn, did you want to address that?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $75,000 secured appearance bond. Excuse me. He allegedly went to a school with a large knife. He made threatening statements and attempted to gain entry to the school. The state is concerned that he is struggling with some mental health issues at this time. He allegedly had no legitimate reasons to be at that location. There is a strong weight of the evidence. There is a video as well as admissions that he made. We are concerned that he is a danger to public safety.
All right, thank you. Mr. Escobar, I will let you know I reviewed the Form 4 in your matter that did have the probable cause statement. I agree there is a strong weight of the evidence given the video evidence that was described within there. And I am very concerned regarding the allegations that have been made within there and do find that you do pose a significant risk. I agree. It's not your turn.
Okay.
I agree with the state in this matter. You do, a bond is appropriate in your case. You do have a $75,000 secured appearance bond. I'm also adding electronic monitoring, so if you are released, you would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring. The additional order is that you not return to the scene of the offense, not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons while on release. I know you wanted to say something. I'll give you that opportunity to speak if you'd still like to.
Okay. The officers trumped up charges and they beat me almost to death. And I didn't threaten anybody at all. I just got beaten by the police officers. They took me from the hospital to the mental hospital, and they took me to the mental hospital here. Like I said, the police came to my house early in the morning, and they accosted me, the Mesa Police. I didn't understand what was going on at all.
All right, we're only here to address the charges that
Yes.
have been brought
But
before the court at
they-
this time.
they have
Put your
beaten-
shirt down, you are being
Okay.
inappropriate.
Okay.
So you do have an attorney that's been appointed to represent
Okay.
you. You can certainly speak with your attorney about any concerns that you have at this time regarding your arrest, regarding the offense that's been lodged against you in this case.
Okay,
It is not going to change your release conditions.
okay.
All right, if you want to go and step over to your left, then, you
Can I
can
have
go
a
ahead and
question?
pick up your paperwork.
Is the whole 75,000, it's not like five, I don't understand.
$75,000 is a secured appearance bond. You are able to work with a bail bonding company. If you want to find out more about that, you can ask the
Okay.
officers in the back.
Your Honor, can I be excused and come back at the end?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we've got Courtney Bryant up next. After that, Eduardo Ortega. Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Courtney Bryant, 5/16/90.
All right, thank you. So you've got 3 separate cases here today. These are all going to be, I believe they're all probation violation warrants. Let me double check that. Actually, it looks like the first 2 are your probation violation warrants. So these are your Maricopa County cases, these first 2 matters. In each of those cases, there's been a petition to revoke that was filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed in both matters. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30 a.m., and that'll be at the downtown Phoenix Superior Court. The bond in each of those warrants has been affirmed, so each of those has a $500 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do end up posting bond and you are released from custody, you do still have to abide by the terms you were provided as far as probation goes. It does include contacting them within 72 hours.
Okay.
You have a third case here. This is a warrant that was issued out of the Pinal County Superior Court. So in that case, which is their case number CR 2023-01126, they had set an arraignment hearing for you on June 4 at 8:30. That would take place at the Pinal County Superior Court. Now, I'm just going to give you a heads up, even though I've given you that date of June 4, because you do have some Maricopa County cases here, which does have a court date here as well. It is entirely possible you will have to attend that court date first prior to being taken to Pinal County to attend the court date there. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I do want to give you a heads up in case it does.
Okay.
The bond in the Pinal warrant has been affirmed, so that one has an $8,500 secured appearance bond. Your total for all 3 cases here is going to be $9,500, which is secured. Do you have any questions regarding any of these 3 matters that I've gone over?
No.
All right, if you want to step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we have Eduardo Ortega, and then Brent Leckby will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Eduardo Ortega, 07/08/1979.
All right, sir, you've got 2 separate cases that you were brought over here for. So each of these is from a grand jury warrant that's been issued. So in each of your 2 matters here, an indictment has been filed. The first indictment alleges 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, also a Class 4 felony, 2 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of failing to admit to carrying a weapon, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. Now, this one has a date of offense listed. It's January 17 of 2017. So in that case, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. That's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed, so this is a $10,000 secured appearance bond. These are both going to be, let me double check. Yeah, I believe these are both going to be secured bonds, so you are able to work with a bail bonding company in these matters. Now, your second case that you have here, which is another indictment, this one is for 1 count of robbery, that's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of criminal damage is a Class 2 misdemeanor. 1 count of assault is a Class 3 misdemeanor. This one has a date of offense of March 25th of 2017. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed there as well. You have the same court date, that June 6th court date. In this matter, the bond and the warrant's also been affirmed. This one has a $25,000 secured appearance bond, so it's $35,000 total for both matters. So if you do post bond and are released from custody, you do also have the orders that you're not to return to the scene of any offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and not to possess any weapons while on release. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, it's my only question, what does the indictment mean?
So that is the charging document in your case.
Oh,
Okay. So you can ask your attorney for a little bit more information about how that process works and how it gets issued, but that's what it is, basically, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Brent Leckby, and then Matthew Eggins will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Brent Eugene Lipey, 9/4/1985.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for two separate cases here today, and in both of yours are also grand jury warrants that have been issued. So the first warrant that I have here is for an indictment filed that alleges one count of theft, a Class 3 felony, and one count of attempted theft, a Class 4 felony. This one has offense dates of December 18 and December 29 of 2022. So in this matter, based on the financial information submitted, I don't show that you qualify for court-appointed counsel. If you believe that's incorrect and based on your financial situation, you should qualify for court-appointed counsel. I'm happy to hear you today. You can always bring that up at your next court date as well. You do, of course, have the right to retain an attorney to represent you in each of these matters. So your next court date will be an arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And in this matter, you do have a bond. The bond in the warrant's been affirmed, which is a $5,000 secured appearance bond. Your next case, which is the other grand jury warrant, that's for an indictment that was filed alleging one count of fraud schemes, a Class 2 felony, and one count of theft, also a Class 2 felony. This one has an offense date listed of April 16 of 2023. So again, I don't show you qualify for court-appointed counsel for the same reasons that we already went through. You have the same court date in this matter as well, which is that arraignment on June 6th. In this matter, the bond in the warrant has also been affirmed. So this one is a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. So you do have two separate bond types here. You've got the secured appearance bond for that first case, the cash-only appearance bond in this one. In each of those cases, you're also being ordered not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant, if there is any. Do you have any questions regarding either of these two matters that I've just gone over here?
The only question I have for the court is if you guys would be willing to lower the bond. I do have a full-time job. I'm the only person that works in the house. I have 3 kids. One of my kids actually has autism. I've been a law-abiding citizen for quite some time, no issues. I have no issues with pretrial services. I've done that fine before. I've done probation fine. I've gotten off that early before as well. I do really well.
All right. I'll stop you right there, and I'm sorry you've put your family through this, and I'm sorry they're going to have to bear some of the brunt of your activities here. But you are now here on 2 separate felony matters with serious charges.
Yes, ma'am.
You do have the potential for heading to prison for a significant amount of time if you do end up getting convicted on these charges. I don't know the facts of your case. I am only seeing you on the warrant that's been issued in this matter. We're not provided with anything further than what I've already gone over for you, in fact.
Okay.
Given that and the fact that you already do have 2 other prior felony convictions, you are not going to get a lower bond, at least not here today.
Okay.
Okay?
So just a question, so I have to give 2 bonds, not just one for the 15?
So you have 2 separate bonds. You've got the $5,000 secured appearance bond. You've got a $10,000 cash-only appearance bond.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
You can ask the officers how to go about posting those. If you're able to get that done, they'll be able to answer your questions in the back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we've got Matthew Eggins and then Carl Lippick will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Matthew Eggins, 3/3/1978.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of burglary in the 2nd degree, which is a Class 3 felony, and one count of theft, a Class 3 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on your very extensive prior criminal history, including some prior theft-related offenses, you do have a bond in this matter, and that's a $25,000 secured appearance bond. If you were to post bond, be released from custody. You also have orders that you are not to return to the scene of the offense. You are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant. Do you have any questions regarding any of that information?
What type of bond is that again? 20?
It is a secured appearance bond. You are able to work with a bail bonding company. As far as what that would entail in your case, you'd have to reach out to those companies to find out. But you can certainly ask the officers in the back about the process of posting it.
And it's for $25,000?
You have a $25,000 secured appearance bond, correct. All right, if you want to go and step over to your left, that information will be in your paperwork as well. All right, we have Carl Leppick, and then Travis Olson's going to be up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
8/2/1965, Carl Felipak.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of criminal trespass in the first degree, which is a Class 6 felony, and one count of aggravated assault, actually they've booked it as a Class 4 felony. It says a 6 in here, but that's not correct given the subsection that it is under. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have 2 court dates set at this time. These will be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. That's going to be a status conference June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. And that'll be at the Superior Court, like I said. So in this matter, I did receive a written recommendation from the state requesting a $25,000 secured appearance bond based on a review of your history as well as the nature of the offense that we have here, which is considered a violent offense. You do have a bond that is going to be a $15,000 secured appearance bond. Your orders include that you are not to return to the scene of the alleged offense. You cannot go over to that trailer, period. You are not to have any contact whatsoever with the alleged victim in this matter or any complainant or witness. That means no contact directly or indirectly. That would include through social media, texting, through third parties, nothing. You also have orders that you are not to possess any weapons. That would include on your person, in your vehicle, and in your residence. All right? Do you have any questions regarding that?
Yeah, you said 25,000 and then 15,000. What is
The recommendation I received was $25,000.
Okay.
I do believe that a bond is appropriate. I just didn't go quite that high. So the bond that you have is a $15,000 secured appearance bond.
I can't wear an ankle monitor.
Any other questions?
An ankle monitor doesn't work.
No, that's not on the table for you today.
Okay.
All right. All right, so if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork. And we've got Travis Olson and then Riley Wilson over to the door. All right, Mr. Olson, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Travis Wayne Olson, 8/14/1977.
All right, thank you, sir. You were here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging one count of aggravated assault, which is a Class 3 felony. In your matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. In your matter, I did also receive a written recommendation from the state. In this case, they are recommending a $10,000 secured appearance bond. I do recognize your otherwise limited criminal history, but I also have to take into account the serious nature of the offense, which does involve the alleged use of a firearm. I do believe that a bond is appropriate. I didn't do quite the same amount, but you do have a $7,500 secured appearance bond. If you were to postpone and be released from custody, you're also going to be ordered that you not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're also not permitted to possess any weapons. So you can't have any weapons in your vehicles or on your person or in your residence. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, there will be weapons in the residence, but they will not belong to me. They will belong to a roommate.
You are not permitted to have any weapons that you have access to in your home. So if they are somewhere that you have access to and your roommate won't get rid of them, then you need to go find an alternate residence. You cannot be anywhere where you have access.
I'm sure I could speak to him about locking them up.
All right.
Yeah, he's very laid back.
Okay. That would be what would be required just to comply with it, okay?
And quite frankly, this was a road rage incident that got way out of control.
I wouldn't say anything about your case in here. Speak with your attorney.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So we have Riley Wilson and then Eugene Shelton is going to be up next.
Good morning.
All right. Your full name and date of birth?
Rylan Wilson, 3582.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued, and this is for a petition to revoke that was filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 7, and 15 of your probation term. So the public defender has been appointed. You have a revocation arraignment hearing June 5th at 8:30, and in this matter, the bond in the warrant has been affirmed. That's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you do postpone and are released from custody, you do still have your probation in place at this time. So you do need to comply with all terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, so we have Eugene Shelton and then Dale Hassel will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Eugene Shelton, 6/7/1955.
Thank you, sir. So you are also here for a probation violation warrant that was issued.
Oh,
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So your probation violation is for a petition to revoke that was filed that alleges a violation of terms 13, 14, and 15 of your probation terms. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed here. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant's been affirmed. You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. Since you're on IPS or intensive probation, you are required to contact probation within 24 hours if you do end up getting released rather than the standard 72, since you have heightened supervision. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Well, I'm wondering how did my probation get revoked?
Your probation hasn't been revoked yet. You have a petition to revoke your probation.
Oh,
so there is the potential that it could be revoked, but at this time, you're just facing a petition to revoke it.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Any other questions regarding that?
Do I get released today?
You have a bond. You've got a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that bond, assuming you have no other holds in place, you would get released from custody.
I can't post that.
If you're unable to post the bond, then you would remain in custody. You'd be transported to that court date that you have on June 5th.
And then what?
At that point, it's up to the probation court as to what happens with your case.
Okay.
Speak with your attorney about maybe what to anticipate, because I don't know how they're going to handle it from here out. I'm just seeing you on the warrant that you were brought in on.
Yes.
Okay? If you want to go and step over there, you can go and pick up that paperwork. Your information will be in there as well.
Okay.
All right, we have Dale Hassel, and then Dominique Hernandez will be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Dale Michael Hassel, 115-1979.
You said January 15th?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're here for a grand jury warrant that was issued, and this is going to be for a indictment filed that alleges one count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, with an offense date of June 29 of 2023. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. And in this matter, the bond in your warrant, which has been affirmed, is a $2,000 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do end up posting bond and you get released from custody, you're also going to be ordered not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons while on release as well. Do you have any questions regarding that?
I was just, because I am on probation right now, and I have been doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. I even went down and took care of a few warrants by myself before, and I didn't know I had this one, or I would have.
It was not issued till April 28th. That's the issuance date for this one.
And there's no way I could get the bond dropped and be released on my own recognizance to...
At least not here today. This is a victim offense. So at this point, any further decisions is going to have to be made down the road by the attorney's or by the courts handling your case. I'll let you know the only information I have on your case is basically the warrant that came in.
Okay.
So that is what I'm limited to here today.
Okay.
All right. If you want to step over there, you can go and pick up that paperwork. Thank you,
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we do have Mr. Hernandez up next. After that, Daryl McGee. Hi, sir. Your full name and date of birth?
Dominic Carlos Hernandez, June 23rd, 1996.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. The first one is going to be for the new matter that just came in. So this is going to be for a new charge in the El Mirage Municipal Court. The charges are one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, one count of criminal damage, that's a Class 2 misdemeanor in your case. So an attorney will be appointed to represent you in this matter. It is considered to be a domestic violence offense, so you are entitled to court-appointed counsel. But as far as who gets appointed, that would be decided by the El Mirage Municipal Court. That'll be handled at your arraignment hearing set on June 3rd at 8 a.m. The address for the court will be included in your paperwork. In this matter, based on a review of your history, as well as the fact you're already on supervised probation, you do have a bond in this matter. That's a $750 secured appearance bond. Now, if you post bond and are released from custody, you do have some additional terms here. You are not to return to the scene of the offense. You are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. So because you're not permitted to return to the scene, it does mean you would need to find an alternate residence. So I will warn you that a violation of a no victim contact order and a criminal release order could constitute aggravated harassment. That's a Class 6 felony offense. Now, if you do need to return to the residence because you have personal items there that you need to obtain in person, you can only do that using a civil standby. That's done by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling it through them. Now, your second case you have here is that probation case. So that is here today because a Term 1 violation has been issued. So in your probation matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30, and in that matter, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. So it's $1,250 total for both. Since you are on supervised probation, if you do postpone and are released, you do need to contact probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go and pick up that paperwork that's over there. All right, so we have Daryl McGee, and then after that, Dejan Ware. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Daryl Jenkins McGee, 10/29/1986.
All right, thank you, sir. So you were here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. It is for a petition to revoke that was filed that alleges a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30, and the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. That's a $250 secured appearance bond. So if you do postpone and are released from custody, you're still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by those terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any questions regarding any of them?
I did self-bail earlier. They sent me wait for court, so is that still in order?
You have to wait till you come in here and bail actually gets set.
And then do it?
Yeah,
So
even
should
though
I
you
fill out
already
that
had a
paper-
warrant with a bond amount in
So
it.
should I already fill
So
out
now you can do it, now
so
that
fill
we
it
have
out
the bail
again?
set.
Fill out that paperwork again, or should they already have it?
I ask the officers in the back. I'm not sure how that works exactly. They'll be able to let you know
All
what
right,
you need
thank
to
you.
do at this point.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right,
Back to
thank you.
work, or-
This way, yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got Mr. Ware, and then after that, Kevin Lee. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Date on where? 11/05/03.
All right, sir, you were here for a probation violation warrant that's been issued. In your matter, there's a petition to revoke that was filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation term. So the public defender's been appointed. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set June 5th at 8:30, and the bond in your warrant's been affirmed as a $750 secured appearance bond. If you postpone and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation, so you do still need to abide by those terms, including contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding anything I've just gone through?
No.
All right, so if you want to go and step over, go and pick up that paperwork that's over there. All right, so we have Kevin Lee, and then after that, Aaron Shane. Hi, Mr. Lee, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Kevin Edward Lee, June 5th, 1990.
All right, thank you, sir. We're here for a bench warrant that was issued. That's for a failure to appear in a Superior Court matter, CR 2022-122667. In this matter, a status conference is now set June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. In this case, the bond in the warrant's been affirmed. That's a $600 cash-only appearance bond. So that is the amount you'd have to post in order to be released prior to that June 5th court date.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding any of that?
Is there any way I could have that bond reduced? I work full-time.
Not here today. You've been out on warrant status for a number of years already.
Okay.
So at this point, you would have a bond that you would have to post. All right. Thank you. All right, we have Aaron Shank, and then Jeremy Casey will be up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Aaron Shank, 325/82.
All right, thank you, sir. You're here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. In your matter, there was a petition to revoke filed that alleges a violation of terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30. And in this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. Do you have any questions regarding any of that information?
Yes, so this was like a legal search and seizure, the one they...
That is a question for your attorney. It's not something that we address here today. I'm only seeing you on the warrant that was issued in your probation case. So if you have any concerns regarding any search that took place at the time of your arrest, you do need to speak with your attorney about that. All right, any questions about the information?
No.
All right, go ahead and step over to your left. You can go ahead and pick up that paperwork. All right, we have Jeremy Casey, and then Ryan Estes will be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Jeremy Casey, 9178.
All right, thank you. So you've got 4 separate matters here today. The first 2 we'll go over are going to be your probation cases. So in each of your probation matters here in Superior Court, you have a petition to revoke that was filed that alleges a violation of terms 1, 3, and 5. So the public defender has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing June 5th at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And the bond in each warrant's been affirmed. The first one is a $500 secured appearance bond. Next is a $100 secured appearance bond. If you do postpone and are released from custody, you do need to contact probation within 72 hours. You do have an additional 2 matters here. This is out of 2 separate courts. Actually, out of the same court. Looks like they're both Peoria Municipal Court cases. So in each of those matters, you now have an arraignment hearing set June 3rd at 9 a.m. That would be at the Peoria Municipal Court. In each of those cases, it looks like these are post-adjudication warrants. So I did just go ahead and reduce each of those bonds down to $50. I want to make sure they know you're in custody in case you don't post the bonds in your probation matters. Since I did set bonds in those cases, I did also appoint counsel in each of them for that issue as required by Rule 6.1. Do you have any questions regarding either of those?
No.
All right, so if you want to go ahead and step over, you want to pick up that paperwork that's over there. All right, we have Ryan Estes and then Michael Fulton up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Ryan Estes, 53089.
All right, thank you. You've got 2 separate cases here today. Looks like each of these are going to be for probation violation warrants that were issued. In each of your 2 matters, you've got a petition to revoke that was filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the public defender has been appointed. You do have an arraignment hearing, a revocation arraignment hearing, I should say, on June 5th at 8:30. And that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And the bond in each warrant's been affirmed. The first one is a $500 secured appearance bond. I believe the second is $250. Let me make sure. Second is $250. So it's $750 total for both. Okay, if you do postpone and are released, you do need to contact probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so we have Michael Fulton and then Bobby Molinar will be up next. All right, Mr. Fulton, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Michael Amon Fulton, 12/7/88.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here on a probation violation warrant that was issued. This one's for a petition to revoke alleging a violation of terms 3, 6, and 7 of your probation term. So the public defender's office has been appointed to represent you. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in your warrant's been affirmed, which is a $500 secured appearance bond. So you will get that information in your paperwork along with the instructions to contact probation within 72 hours if you are released. But do you have any questions regarding this?
No, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. All right, so we have Mr. Molinar, and then after that, it'll be Kaylee Martin. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Bobby David Molnar, July 31st, 1995.
Thank you, sir. So you were here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. In your matter, that's for a petition to revoke file alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, 5, and 7 of your probation terms. So in your matter, the public defender's office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 5th at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your matter, the bond in that warrant's been affirmed. So this one's a $500 secured appearance bond. If you do postpone and are released, you're still on supervised probation. You do so have to abide by the terms you've been provided, including contacting them within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding it?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so we have Ms. Martin and then Miguel, Reyes, and Sina, so we'll be up next. And ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Callie Martin, 6/18/97.
All right, you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. So in this matter, the public defender's office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 13, with a preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. You'll get the address in your paperwork. Based on a review of your history, as well as the nature of the charge, I am going to be following the PSA recommendation in your matter. You are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear at all future court dates. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to step over, we'll get you paperwork that has the same information in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we have Mr. Reyes, Miguel Reyes Encinas, and then Kevin Whitney up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Miguel Reyes Encinas, September 18, 1984.
Thank you, sir. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. In your matter, the charges are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs. That is a Class 4 felony, 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 13, preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30 at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your matter, based on a review of your history, I am going to be following the PSA recommendation. You are being released on your own recognizance, but it's going to be your promise to appear. You also have orders not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with any alleged complainant or witness in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding any of that information? All right, if you want to step over, go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there. We have Kevin Whitney and then Scott McCracken will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Kevin Scott Whitney, January 11th, 1993.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, the charges are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs and 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, both Class 4 felonies, 1 count of hindering prosecution, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed here to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30. And those will take place at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, you are being released, but it will be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. Before you go, you're going to get some additional information regarding that process, including their contact information, because you do have to stay checked in with them. You're also going to be subject to drug testing and monitoring per pretrial services direction. Do you have any questions regarding any of that? All right, if you want to go and step over, you go ahead and have a seat at this time.
I am being OR'd today.
You're being OR'd subject to the supervision of pretrial service. All right, so we've got Scott McCracken and then Philip Ely will be up next. All right, Mr. McCracken, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Scott Richard McCracken, 3268.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a warrant that was issued for a direct complaint that's been filed. And that direct complaint alleges 2 counts of possession of dangerous drugs, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, those are Class 4 felonies, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, and the offense date for that is January 12th of 2024. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 13, preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I don't show that you received notice of the summons that went out prior to the warrant being issued, so I am going to follow the PSA recommendation in your case. You are being released on your own recognizance, but it's going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you want to step over, go ahead and pick up that
Thank you.
paperwork that's over there. Thank you, sir. All right, we have Philip Ely and then Tristan Powell up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Philip Samuel Ely, October 2nd, 1995.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a warrant as well. In your matter, it is also for a direct complaint that's been filed. In your case, the charge is 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. That's a Class 4 felony that has an offense date of June 17 of 2022. So in your case, the Public Defender's been appointed. You do have a status conference set June 13 with that preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30. Now, in your matter, I don't show that you received notice of the summons either, which is why the warrant was issued. So I am going to be following the PSA recommendation. You are being released on your own recognizance, which is, again, your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, ma'am. Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. I appreciate it.
Oh, did I get it right?
You did, yeah. No one ever
It's
gets
always
it.
iffy. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good one.
All right, so we have Tristan Powell and then James Cloherty will be up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Tristan Darnell Powell, 8/18/93.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of taking identity of another, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of theft of a credit card, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of fraudulent use of a credit card, which is also a Class 5 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Let you know I did receive a written recommendation requesting a bond in your matter. I did take into account your history. So for that reason, I am going to be releasing you today, but it's going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. So before you go, you're going to receive additional information in your paperwork regarding that.
Yes, ma'am.
It does include their contact information because you do have to stay checked in with them while on release.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
also have orders not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness involved in this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions regarding any of that?
I'm being OR'd today.
So it is released, it is OR released, subject to the supervision of pretrial services.
But I am being
Okay, but
released.
you are being released,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, so we've got James Flaherty and then Damore Jefferson will be up after that.
James Flaherty, 1218
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today. These are both going to be warrants that were issued out of different municipal courts. The first one's out of the Goodyear Municipal Court. In that matter, they've set an arraignment hearing for you on June 18 at 1 p.m. This is a post-adjudication warrant issued out of that court. Since it is post-adjudication, I am going to be releasing you today. You are being released on your own recognizance, which is going to be your promise to appear. Your second case is going to be out of the Peoria Municipal Court. And in that matter, you have an arraignment hearing June 19 at 9 a.m. And that matter as well is also a post-adjudication warrant,
Yes,
a failure to comply or failure to pay warrant. So in that case, you are also being released on your own recognizance to appear at that next court date. Do you have any questions regarding either matter?
No, ma'am.
All right, so if you want to go and step over, you want to pick up that paperwork that's over there. All right, so we've got Ms. Jefferson. Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Damari Scanner Jefferson, 071199.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a fugitive of justice warrant. This is a warrant that was issued out of the state of California.
Do you know what year the warrant is from?
I'll look at it because I think they actually sent us the warrant, so I'll let you know. Looks like it was issued November 4 of 2024 is the date that I have for the signature on the bench warrant. Okay?
Okay.
So in this matter, were you given that laminated sheet and have an opportunity to take a look at that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that laminated sheet is basically the waiver of extradition language if you choose to waive extradition here today. I'm going to go over the options that you have here, okay? I'll see if you have any questions about either of the processes I'm going over, okay?
Okay.
So your first option is that you have here today is you can choose to waive extradition. When you do that, you are saying, I'm ready to return to the state of California. California, come pick me up on this warrant. If you choose to do that, you would have no further hearings here in Maricopa County. You would be held in the Maricopa County Jail, non-bailable, so you would not be eligible for release, until California comes to pick you up. Now, California, in turn, would have 30 days starting tomorrow to do that. Now, that 30-day time frame starts tomorrow unless you have any local open matters. I don't know if you have any, but if you do, those have to be completed first, and then the 30-day time frame starts, okay? So that's if you choose to waive extradition today. Your second option that you have is you can choose not to waive extradition, at least not at this time. You're going to be given the same choice at your next hearing if you choose this route, okay? So if you choose not to waive extradition, what would happen is I'd be setting a fugitive from justice hearing or extradition hearing for you on June 9 at 1:30 p.m., and that would take place at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I can't appoint an attorney to represent you at that matter because extradition proceedings are considered civil in nature, even though it's a criminal case in California. So you do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you in this matter. And I'll also note there are public defenders who are often present at those hearings who can provide assistance. There's just no guarantee of that. Now, in that case, you would be bailable, but the bond in your warrant is going to be a $30,000 secured appearance bond. So that is the amount you'd have to post in order to be released pending your court dates in this matter. Now, the process there, if you choose not to waive extradition, is that a governor's warrant has to be signed by the governors of both states, so both Arizona and California, in order to extradite you back to that state. Now, that process can take up to 90 days. That's the time frame they have to execute that warrant on both ends, okay?
But within that 90 days, I'll be able to try to bail out.
Within that 90-day time frame, at least until the governor's warrant is issued, you would be able to bail out. Yeah, because once a governor's warrant's issued, you would be switched to being non-bailable. Like at that point, they're extraditing you back.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions regarding these options?
What if I refuse to get extradited and I just get released and I deal with my own stuff on my own time? I don't even live out here. I was just visiting.
That's not one of the options that I've gone over here today. But if you have any questions about the options that I did go over, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay. do I have time to think about it, or do I have to do it now?
You do have to do it now. So what happens if you tell me, I don't know? Obviously, this is a big decision. I understand that. If you tell me, I don't know at this point, I would just automatically set the hearing for you on June 9, okay? So I would enter in a non-waiver at this time, and you would go to that next court date. And like I said, again, you'll always have a chance to waive extradition at a later court date, but I can't enter in a waiver unless I know it's
But if I say I
involuntary.
don't know, and I get on the phone and call my mom, will I be able to bail out?
That's not an option. I can't let you like go make a phone call and come back in here and do
Yeah,
it.
that's
We
what I'm
have to
trying
make the determination at your hearing right now.
It's all right, just have them come get me extradited.
You want to waive extradition and return to the state of California?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you opt to do that, I just have to have you answer some questions out loud. Because basically I need to make sure that it is a knowing and voluntary waiver on your part, okay? All right. So the questions that I have here is, did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork that was laminated?
Yes.
And you understand that you do not have to sign the waiver of extradition here today?
Yes.
And that you do have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Maricopa County. That's that June 9 court date I talked about. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. And you understand that you have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense to represent you in those proceedings.
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before your return to California.
Yes.
And you understand that in that case, if you choose not to waive extradition, you'd have the right to bail. That's that $30,000 bond. If you choose to waive extradition, as you're doing now, you would be held non-bailable in the Maricopa County Jail till California picks you up. You understand that?
Can I change my option?
I'm sorry? Can you change your mind?
Yes.
Yeah. You want to enter in a non-waiver?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what I'll do is I'm going to enter in that non-waiver. So we'll set your hearing on June 9th. We'll set that bond for the bond that they had in the warrant, which is a $30,000 secured appearance bond. Like I said, at the June 9th court date, you're going to be given this same
Wait,
option.
one more question.
Sure.
With this bond, do I bond out from this state, or do I bond out like with Riverside?
You're going to bond out through this state.
And do you guys have like 1%, 10% bond, bail bonds?
So you have a secured appearance bond here. So you are able to work with a bail bonding company. I know a lot of people ask me if it's at 10% with security. That is often the case. However, as far as what they would require of you, you need to call them and ask them, because I don't know what they'll require of you.
Okay.
Okay, but you do have the opportunity to work with a bonding company.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so I'll enter in that non-waiver then. We'll go ahead and set that court date for you. We're going to print out paperwork for you, but we'll get that to you. If you want to go ahead and have a seat, we'll bring it out here in just a moment. It'll have your information in it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, that's been signed.
Oh, you're on.
All right, while we're waiting for just a moment here, I'm going to put some house calls on record. I'll go and start with number 5. That's going to be for Andrew Arvayo, date of birth 10/31/86, who is a house call today due to being combative. He's here for 2 separate matters, new case out of Superior Court alleging 1 count of aggravated assault, classified felony, 1 count of criminal trespass, and the second degree is actually a class 2 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the public defender has been appointed. A status conference is set June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9 at 8:30. In that matter, he's got a $5,000 secured appearance bond with orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. He's also here on his probation matter for a Term 1 violation. Public defender has been appointed there as well. Revocation arraignment hearing set June 5th at 8:30. In that matter, he has a $500 secured appearance bond. Next house call is going to be for number 74, April Plonk, date of birth 9/27/79. I show she is a house call due to being combative. She's here for 3 separate matters. First one's a new case out of Superior Court alleging 1 count of theft of a means of transportation, a class 3 felony. Public defender has been appointed. Status conference set June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. In that matter, she's got a $3,500 secured appearance bond with orders not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. Her probation matters are also here for Term 1 violations. Public defender has been appointed there as well. Probation, revocation, arraignment hearing set June 5th at 8:30. The bond in each one of those matters is a $500 secured appearance bond. Next matter is for number 1 on the calendar, which is Ricky Nelson Proctor, who's in isolation. Who's got 3 separate matters here today. The first one's going to be a warrant issued out of the Goodyear Municipal Court And in that matter, arraignment hearing set June 4 at 8:30. Bond and warrant's been affirmed. That's a $740 secured appearance bond. Since I did set that bond, I did also appoint counsel to represent him as required by Rule 6.1. Next two matters are both going to be warrants that were issued for failures to appear in his probation matters. He now has a non-witness violation hearing set June 5th at 8:30. In each of those, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. First one is a $1,000 secured appearance bond. Second is also a $1,000 secured appearance bond. Next matter is Alexis Carlson. Date of birth 6/7/96. I show she has a house call due to being combative. She's here for a probation violation. Warrant issued for petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5. Public defender has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing set June 5th. And in that matter, bond and the warrant's been affirmed. That's a $150 secured appearance bond. Next matter is for Jerome McMillan. Date of birth 1/23/94. Who is also here for a probation violation warrant. I show he is here for being unable to function in the general population. Public defender has been appointed. Revocation arraignment hearing set June 5th at 8:30. His petition to revoke alleges a violation of terms 3 and 5. He is being released in lieu of the nominal bond that was on his warrant. So he's being released subject to the supervision of his probation officer. Next matter is for Joseph Ulovic, date of birth 7/16/89. I show he has a house call due to being combative. He's here for a warrant that was issued out of the West McDowell Justice Court. That's for an arraignment hearing set on June 17 at 1:30 at the West McDowell Justice Court. It is the first warrant that was issued in this matter. So at this point, he is getting released on his own recognizance with the same terms that he had in his previous order. All right, I show that are all the house calls. Are we ready to go on our final remaining matters? We're otherwise clear?
Court of, the room is cleared, Your Honor.
The room is cleared?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You wanted to appear on Mr. Huff?
Both Mr. Howe and Ms. White.
Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and start with Ebony White then. Ma'am, if you want to go and step in the courtroom. And ma'am, if you could state your full name and your date of birth.
Ebony White, 4984.
All right, thank you. And
Thank you, Your Honor, for on about the state.
all right, thank you. All right, Ms. White, you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges that have been brought forth are 1 count of aggravated luring a minor for sexual exploitation, which is a Class 2 felony, 4 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, that's also a Class 2 felony, and 11 counts of furnishing obscene material to a minor, which is a Class 4 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. We do have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. And those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. This will be a reprint. But Ms. Gons, I know you wanted to address release conditions. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for $150,000 cash only bond, and if Ms. White's able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring as is required by statute, no contact with any minors, and no internet use. These requests are based on the nature of the charges. She allegedly communicated online with a 14-year-old victim and engaged sexually explicit photos and videos with him and discussed engaging in sex acts. We believe that Ms. White is a danger to the community.
All right, Ms. White, I did read the Form 4 in your matter that did include the probable cause statement for the charges that I just went over. I do recognize that you do have fairly limited criminal history, but I do have to weigh that against the nature of the charges that you are here for, which are extremely serious in nature. It is for that reason you do have a bond in your matter. That is a $100,000 cash-only appearance bond. If you post bond and are released from custody, it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You will have electronic monitoring installed as required by Arizona law for the charges that you're here for. You also have orders not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to have contact with any minors at this time. Do you currently have any minors residing in your residence?
I have my children,
What are their ages?
15, 12, and 7.
All right. At this time, I'm going to leave the no minor contact in place. That means if they are residing at your residence, you would need to find an alternate residence, at least until further court order. Though you also do have the order here that you are prohibited from from accessing the internet through any electronic means, that means even through a phone, with the exception of employment purposes only. All right, so you'll get all that information in your paperwork. Do you have any questions regarding it?
So the bond is $100,000. So I would have to, like, how would I get the? My question's only about the bond.
Okay, you can ask the officers in the back about the process for posting bonds, what that entails, if that's what your question is centered around.
Oh, I have a question about, minors. So, I mean, how long does that, stay in place, not being able to be around my kids?
So that's at least until further court order, okay? So it doesn't mean it can't change, but since we're talking about an age range that's right around the age range that we're talking about in the alleged charges that you have here, I'm not going to allow it here today. It doesn't mean it can't change by a future court order, though.
Okay.
Okay? You can feel free to talk to your attorney about that as well. All right? All right, if you want to go and step over, go ahead and have a seat at this time. All right, so we've got Bo. I don't know if it's Ho or Huff. And sir, please state your full name and date of birth.
Bo James Huff, 1/19/1982.
All right, thank you. The state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Donovan, the state.
All right, so sir, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, the charges are 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, all of which are Class 2 felonies. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing on June 9th, both at 8:30. And those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And Ms. Gaunt, you want to address release conditions in this matter?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $150,000 cash-only bond, along with electronic monitoring as is required by statute, no contact with any minors, and no internet use. These requests are based on the nature of the charges. He was allegedly in possession of at least 10 files of child sexual abuse material. We are concerned that he's a danger to the community.
All right. All right, sir, I did review the Form 4 in your matter as well as the probable cause statement that detailed the charges. I've also reviewed your criminal history. I do recognize your criminal history is fairly limited. You just have some older misdemeanor offenses, but I do have to weigh that against the nature of the charges that you are here for, which I agree with the state are extremely serious in nature. It is for that reason you are going to have a bond today. That's a $100,000 cash-only appearance bond. Now, if you post bond and are released from custody, you are subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You'd also have electronic monitoring put in place that's required by Arizona law for the charge that you're here for. Your charge or your release conditions are also going to include that you not have contact with any victim, complainant, or witness, if there is any, and you're also not to have any contact with any minors. At this time, I don't have any exceptions to that. Do you currently have any minors residing in your household? No. All right, you also are prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means. That includes the use of a phone, with the exception of employment purposes only. All right, any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, sir, you want to go and step over? We'll get your paperwork there.
May I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we need to get the interpreter on the line for our last matter here. Oh, okay, great. All right, sounds like we do have an interpreter connecting, so as soon as we do that, we can have Mr. Hernandez come in again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Mr. Garcia, are you able to hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so we do have Armando Hernandez entering the courtroom now. If you could go ahead and do your appearance and then have Mr. Hernandez state his full name and date of birth.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Jose Garcia, Arizona Credential Interpreter with CITS. Señor Armando Hernández, ¿puede decir su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento, señor?
Sí, Armando Hernández, septiembre 27 de 1962.
Yes, it's Armando Hernandez, September 27th of 1962.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a warrant that was issued. It's a grand jury warrant for an indictment that's been filed.
Muy bien, señor. Usted está aquí presente el día de hoy debido a que se emitió una orden de arresto emitida por el gran jurado indagatorio, debido a que se tramitó una acusación formal contra usted.
It is for one count of voyeurism involving sexual stimulation, which is a Class 5 felony.
El punto acusatorio en su contra es por voyeurismo, lo cual conduce a un estímulo sexual, es un delito mayor, categoría 5.
The dates of offense are between January 14, 2023 and April 1 of 2023.
Las fechas de dichos delitos es entre el 14 de enero de 2023 al 1 de abril 2023.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You currently have a court date set at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
Al bufete de abogados de oficio se le ha dado aviso para que lo represente a usted. Se programan las siguientes audiencias en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
That is an arraignment hearing set on June 6 at 8:30 a.m.
Va a ser una instrucción de una vista incoatoria que va a ser el 6 de junio a las 8:30 de la mañana.
In this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. That is a $5,000 cash-only appearance bond.
La fianza se ha firmado en la cantidad de $5,000 de dinero en efectivo solamente.
If you do post bond and are released from custody, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services, and you would have electronic monitoring installed prior to your release.
Si usted deposita su fianza y es puesto en libertad a través de ello, usted quedaría sujeto al monitoreo de la Agencia del Control de Procesados, lo cual va a incluir que se le instale un monitoreo electrónico antes de que sea puesto en libertad.
Your orders include that you are not to have contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness.
Las medidas cautelares de libertad se le ordena que usted no tenga contacto alguno con las presuntas víctimas, ninguno de los querellantes o ninguno de los presuntos testigos.
The information I've just gone over will be made available in your paperwork as well, if you have any questions at this time.
Los detalles que he repasado con usted estarán en el papeleo que se le va a entregar a usted, pero en este momento, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Pues me habían dicho que habían retirado los cargos.
Well, I was told that the charges were going to be dropped.
They weren't dropped 2 years
The
ago.
charges were not dropped in your case. They might not have been filed right away, but they have now been filed. The warrant was issued April 17th of 2025.
Las imputaciones de señor no fueron desestimadas o desechadas en su causa. Tal vez no hayan sido tramitadas luego, pero ahora ya se tramitaron. De hecho, la orden de arresto se emitió el 17 de abril 2025.
You have been appointed an attorney to represent you, and you can certainly speak with your attorney about that.
A usted se le ha nombrado a un abogado para que lo represente y usted definitivamente puede hablar con su abogado sobre ese tema.
Okay. If you want to step over, we'll get your paperwork and your info as well. Thank you.
Si gusta pasar, se le entregará el papeleo. Gracias.
All right, that was our last matter. I appreciate you jumping in here at the end here to do that.
Absolutely, Your Honor. It's always a pleasure. May you and your staff have a wonderful weekend.
All right, thank you. You too. All right, let me go ahead and log out of everything, and then I will.
Hello, we are ready. We do not right now. Okay, and then whenever you get it, are you able to find 337? Okay. They're both at the bottom, they're both wrong.
Guys, there's a microphone in here, so every little mumble, every little sigh, every little word is recorded.
Thank you.
Please be quiet.
Brooke?
I'm gonna have to hang up. The judge is about to come in, but I will text you when I get it. Okay, thanks. Bye.
All right.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Log in here. Being a little slow. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 30th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the first of the month will also apply to these hearings. All right, I'm going to do Mr. Valencia's case first. Nikki Valencia, if you please come all the way to the podium. After that, Angel Medina, I need you to go sit at the chair just inside the door. Mr. Medina, the officer, will show you where to sit if you don't already know. All right. Mr. Valencia.
Yes,
Good morning. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Nicky Valencia, 9/1985.
Okay, thank you. You're here because there's been a new grand jury indictment handed down against you. That was done just a couple days ago, May 28th. The charge is possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. The alleged offense date is September 25th of 2024. You'll get a copy of that charge from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. You're going to end up with the same lawyer in this case that you have for your other open felony cases. It looks like you have about 3 of them, so should go to the very same lawyer. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment hearing June 6th, which is 1 week from today at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And in this case, because on the date this is alleged to have occurred, which is September 25th of last year, you had at least 1 open and pending felony case. So that means that I can't give you bail today. You may have already been through this, but what I have to do is set a bail hearing for you in 7 days. And that is going to be same day, June 6th, but at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is a hearing to determine whether you are or are not eligible for bail after that date. I have to hold you, no bail on this case. In a week, you'll have a bail hearing. You may or may not be found eligible for bail. If you are found eligible, that judge will set your release conditions, okay?
My question to you is, that date on September 25th, I got tampering with evidence and possession of dangerous drug now, right?
Right.
So those both 2 cases will be seen on the bond on the 7th? Because I don't have a bond for the...
Right, let me see. So you're saying you're no bond in some other case?
Well, that case happened the same day, the 25th.
This is actually...
September 25th?
So this one is, right, September 25th. And the initial appearance, so the open case is your oldest one, which is the... it's a weapons and taking contraband into a correctional facility case here, 2024-134485. Your initial appearance in that case was July 20th of 2024. And talk to your lawyer, because I show you were IA'd on the 26th of September last year. You were held no bond for being on release in the case number I just gave. This, I think, if I'm understanding correctly, they're alleging that at the time you were booked in on your second case, you had some mess and it came back positive. So
I don't believe it's actually the same case. I get that it was the same arrest, but it's not the same case. So, I'm sorry, what is your question?
My question is, I got arrested on that same day for the same charges you just read to me.
It's not the same charge. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is, when you got arrested on that date, it was for a different case, 2024-146-098, with a different offense date. So I think what they're alleging is that when they picked you up on a warrant for that case, you had meth. So anyway, you can talk to your lawyer. Your lawyer will help you sort it out. If there's any possibility that it is in fact the same instance of alleged drug possession, your lawyer will get that taken care of. I think the odds of that are very, very small, but your lawyer will nail it down with you, and if that's the case, your lawyer will get it taken care of, okay? All right, if you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork. All right, Mr. Medina? After that, Jake Hemmert, will you please go to the chair? All right, hi, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Angel Medina Perez, 5902.
All right, thank you. Mr. Medina Perez, you are here on 4 cases. One is a new case, 3 are warrants. In the new case, this is what's alleged to have occurred yesterday. You got booked in for possessing narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it. You're going to have a status conference June 5th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing on Monday, June 9th at 8:30. In between those, on Friday, June 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon, you're going to have a bail eligibility hearing because you're accused of doing this. There is probable cause for this new crime while you have an open and pending felony case. So you cannot get bail today in this new case. You do have to go to a bail hearing. You may or may not be found eligible then, but you're just not eligible today. All right, the open and pending case is number 41 on the calendar, where you've been charged with possessing narcotic drugs, class 4 felony, and possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, also a class 4 felony. You failed to appear at a status conference on May 20th, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. So we're going to reschedule your 2 court dates in this pending case along with the new case. So the status conference on June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30 in the morning. And I am setting bail in that case. I'm just affirming the $500 bond. You shouldn't try to post that, though, if you're still being held no bond in the other case. Now, you are on probation in 2 different cases, and the probation department already had warrants out for you in both of those cases, even before you picked up a new charge yesterday. These warrants were issued May 12th because additional petitions to revoke were filed in your 2 cases alleging that you violated terms 3, 4, and 15. So I'm appointing a lawyer on those petitions. You're going to go to probation court for both probation cases, June 5th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown probation court. Number 43 on the calendar, your drug sales probation. You do not have bond in that case pursuant to Rule 7.2C. The other one is a Prop 200 case still, so you are entitled to bond. So I'm setting a $5,000 secured bond in that case with conditions, but again, don't post that if you're still no bond in some other cases. Everything should go to the same lawyer, and we've got all your paperwork. If you step to your left, the officer will hand that to you. Thank you. Mr. Hammer? And then Josiah Hickman, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jake Ryan Hemmert, 6192.
Okay, thanks. You're on 2 grand jury warrants. Well, at least 1 grand jury warrant. I'll just go in order. In number 17 on the calendar, you've been charged with theft as a class 3 felony with an alleged offense date of July 27th of 2017. You'll get a copy of the indictment and police reports for both of these cases through your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer in both cases. You're going to be arraigned in this case on June 6th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 1 week from today. And in this case, just as in the other case, because of the interstate agreement on detainers, I cannot give you bail today. You're not bondable because we have only borrowed you from the jurisdiction of Florida. Okay. So you have to go back to Florida. Anyway, so you can't bond out. Then in the other one, it is a criminal complaint that was filed, so you've not been indicted. The criminal complaint charges you with second-degree burglary, a class 3 felony, trafficking in stolen property, a class 3 felony. The alleged offense date is November 23rd of 2018. Again, you'll get police reports from your lawyer and a copy of the charges. So you're going to have 2 different court dates. Eventually, these will come together in the system, but you've been indicted in one and not the other, so not yet. So in this burglary case, your status conference is June 5th, which is Thursday at 8:30. Preliminary hearing is scheduled for Monday, June 9th at 8:30. And again, I must hold you without bail because of the interstate detainer agreement. So everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you a copy. Thank you. Mr. Hickman? And then Mr. Farinas, Stephen Farinas, you can go to the chair. You'll be after Mr. Hickman. Hello, Mr. Hickman. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Josiah Hickman, 11780.
Thank you. As you know, you were here on a warrant in a pending case. And in this case, your original charges were fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony, aggravated identity theft, a Class 3 felony, 5 counts of forgery, Class 4 felonies. This warrant issued after you failed to appear at your sentencing hearing on December 14th of 2023. Let's see, it looks like you already have counsel in the case. Your next court date is going to be a status conference in front of the sentencing court. That's going to be Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. The address will be on your paperwork. Bond is set in your case at $100,000, and it is cash only. If you post it, you may not leave the state of Arizona. Be sure to comply with all of your written release conditions. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy. Mr. Farinas? Then Robert Robbins, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Stephen Ernest Farinas, July 2nd, 1980.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for possession of dangerous drugs for sale. It's a Class 2 felony, and unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle. That's a Class 5 felony. There is probable cause for those tonight. I'm appointing a lawyer to represent you. The next court date will be a status conference June 5th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, June 9th at 8:30 in the same court, and that address will be on your paperwork. Bond is set in your case at $50,000 secured with written conditions that include no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, call your parole officer, but I do think you have a DOC hold here at the jail. So you shouldn't try to post that bond unless you're sure you don't have a DOC hold. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy. Thank you. Mr. Robbins? And then James Johnson, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Robert John Robbins, 42177.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a grand jury warrant. You've been indicted in a new case, not that new. No, actually, it's pretty new. Theft as a Class 2 felony, aggravated identity theft as a Class 3 felony, and these are alleged to have occurred on April 18th of this year. You will get a copy of that indictment and police reports through your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your arraignment hearing will be 1 week from today, which is June 6th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm affirming the bond set by the grand jury judge who issued the warrant. It is $35,000. It is cash only. It's on top of any other bonds or holds that you have. You have other conditions you're ordered to comply with, so be sure to read and follow those if you do bond out. If you step to your left, I'll give you a copy of your paperwork. All right, Mr. Johnson, and then let's do Mr. Lara Pena's case. So, officer, if you can hear me? Okay, we'll do that one next. All right, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
James Johnson, August 12th, 1988.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Johnson. You're here on a new grand jury warrant. You've been indicted in a case from last year. The charges are conspiracy to commit theft as a Class 2 felony, criminal damage, a Class 4 felony, third-degree burglary, a Class 4 felony, and possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. The alleged offense date for all of these is December 19th of 2024. You'll get a copy of the police reports and the charges from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in 1 week, which is Friday, June 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And bond is set in your case. I'm just affirming what was set out of grand jury. It's $25,000 secured with release conditions. If you bond out, be sure to comply with those. And if you do have other open felonies, you're going to end up with the same lawyer. Okay.
Just one question. I already had a court date on June 4th.
Is it in Superior Court?
It was for like the same kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, no, if it's in Superior Court, that should all get worked out by the trial divisions. Right, I see, right, next court date 6/4. I don't know what the nature of that one is, but these should all come together in the system. So if you bond out, you need to stay in touch with your lawyer about which, like if you're due in two different courtrooms, if you don't bond out, don't even worry about it. The system's going to take care of it and take you where you need to go.
Awesome. No, I'm not bonding. I just was making sure I didn't want to miss one.
Don't worry. No, the system, they will know, and hopefully the trial divisions, if you're in two different ones, they actually will communicate, and one of them will pull your case. But that will work itself out. If you're out of custody, though, you got to be a little more careful. But if you're in custody, the sheriffs will take you where they expect you to go.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, no problem. All right, let's do Mr. Lara Pena's case. After that will be Santino Bishop. If you please go to the chair. Counsel, Mr. Beller? Do you need more time? You can have more time. Okay. Oh, are you locked in? He's locked in. Sorry, we're not, you're gonna have to stay a while.
Arietta, do you have keys? Okay, apparently he's locked in.
I'm not used to that.
I know mine's like.
I've never seen that happen before. It must be something Mr. Beller said. All right. Okay, Mr. Lara Pena, let's start with your full name and date of birth, please.
Roberto Lara Pena, April 19th, 1984.
All right, and then the appearance of the state, please.
Thank you, Honor. Brooke Gahn, on behalf of the state.
And defense.
Good morning, Judge. Mark Beller from the Weingart Law Firm on behalf of Mr. Lara Pena, who's present in custody.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lara Pena, you got arrested on the following allegations: aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship, that's a Class 4 felony, and misdemeanor assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Based on what the police have provided, Mr. Beller, the court is inclined to find probable cause. Did you want to be heard on that before I make a finding?
No, Judge.
All right. Mr. Lara Pena, the police have provided sufficient information for purposes of this hearing for the court to find probable cause for these allegations. I do make that finding. So let's turn to conditions of bail or release. I want to hear the state's recommendation first, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $50,000 secured appearance bond. This is based on the domestic violence nature of the offense, the lethality of domestic violence strangulation. The offense allegedly occurred while several witnesses were present. The state does note, I think Mr. Lara Pena does not appear to have any prior felony convictions. He was on probation for a Class 6 disorderly conduct that I believe he successfully completed probation, and that was designated as a misdemeanor. However, the facts of that case involve allegations of a domestic violence strangulation. So given that, the state is very concerned for community safety in general, but also specifically for the possibility of danger to this victim.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bell.
Judge, as to my client's ties with the community, he's been in Arizona for over 16 years. He has a career as a loan officer in which he holds over 15 professional licenses. He has family here. He's very committed to his career and to the community. He's not a flight risk, Judge. As to the danger to the victim, my review is he doesn't have any felony convictions, as the state said. A review of the Form 4 indicates that the victim admitted instigating this and attacking him by slapping and pushing him, and that Form 4 also indicates that an independent witness substantiated that she attacked him first. So he's eager to move forward and prove his innocence in this manner, Judge. But based on all that, we would ask for pretrial services release.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lara Pena, I've considered what's been alleged against you. I've considered your criminal history. I did actually pull up the pre-sentence report in your older case, and I note that they were remarkably similar allegations as described in that pre-sentence report. You were allowed to plead to disorderly conduct. You earned a misdemeanor while on probation. That does tend to indicate a couple of things to the court. Number one, that you could be dangerous to this alleged victim, which these allegations also indicate. Number two, that you know how to follow court orders, because you did successfully complete probation in that case. I believe you actually received early termination, and it was designated a misdemeanor. The court does remain very concerned about these allegations. The same witness who police state confirmed that the alleged victim in this case was also fist fighting with you, also confirmed the allegation of a very significant and very dangerous choking event. Actually, several are alleged in a short period of time. All of these are very high red flags for violating release conditions, for future violence against not only this alleged victim, but other people in the community. So balancing all of those factors, the court sets bail in your case at $15,000, that is $15,000 secured. If you post it, you go on pretrial services with an ankle monitor and with alcohol testing. You are categorically forbidden from drinking alcohol while the case is pending. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, nor with the witness. No weapons. Obey any order of protection that's been served on you. Now, Mr. Beller, there is an apparent dispute about where the alleged victim lives. The police checked the box that they live together. I can't definitely determine it from the narrative. Your client told pretrial she does not live there. So if you need a second, just press the button.
Judge, it's my understanding they do not live together.
All right, and counsel for the state, do you have any?
I don't have any other information about that, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm going to split the baby, Mr. Latapena. I'm not going to specifically order you not to go back there, but I am specifically ordering you not to reside at the same location where the alleged victim resides, even if you are the primary owner or renter of the residence, because many times defendants tell pretrial services that the alleged victim doesn't live there because they're not on the lease and or they haven't lived there very long, and the defendant feels like they have a superior right under the civil law to occupy that premises. That's a different question from the criminal no contact order. So look up the statute that I put in your paperwork. I put it in all domestic violence cases. It's the aggravated harassment statute. It's the one that says if you commit a single act of harassment while the case is pending and a court finds probable cause that you did a single act of harassment, you might be held without bond on an aggravated harassment felony. That could be one text that says, would you like me to leave your stuff at your house? Like, you can't send a nice text without risking that a court finds that's a felony violation of this order instead of just a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor to violate my order in any way. It could be a felony if it's in a way that a court finds probable cause for harassment. And I tell you this because I wish to encourage strict compliance with release conditions, because I am concerned about the safety of the alleged victim. This is not an inconsiderable weight of evidence. When I read the offense conduct in your earlier case, I was even more concerned. So, Mr. Latapena, if you want to keep your professional licenses, if you want to keep your job and not end up held without bail for at least a week, if not months, you must comply with release conditions. Do not do anything that could get you accused of violating release conditions. And the reason I'm emphasizing this so strenuously is in case the alleged victim would say that she does live there. So that is not a game that's worth playing. If you think that she would tell me, if I could call her and ask her, that she would say, yes, I do live there, then take civil action. Don't go back there. Don't do things that could get you accused of violating release conditions. Consult with your lawyer about what you might do if she's there. If you show up and she's at the apartment, you turn on your heel and you leave. You don't go, I have a court order that says I can come back here. Nope. You leave, you call your lawyer, and you deal with that on the civil side. Because I would not hesitate to hold you without bail if you got into a fight with her about whether she lives there because she went there first. I would not care. You would be having unauthorized contact with her. So I'm just very concerned that she might actually live there. That being said, if you manage to get professional licenses, I think you are smart enough to understand my lecture and make decisions accordingly. All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Beller?
No, Judge.
All right, then we're going to get that printed up for you, Mr. Latapena. If you want to keep using the room, you're welcome to. They may or may not lock you in. I don't think they will. Just all right. Mr. Bishop? Sure. Thanks. Okay, and let's have Mr. Bishop. After that, Michael Reese. We go to the chair. All right. Hi, sir. Can I have your, Mr. Bishop, I should say, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Santino Bishop, January 10th, 2000.
And then the appearance of the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke on behalf of the state.
And defense.
Zachary Ansell for Mr. Bishop, Your Honor, good morning.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bishop, you are here on a grand jury warrant, as I believe you are well aware. You've been charged by a grand jury with one count of theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, trafficking in stolen property, a Class 2 felony, fraudulent schemes, a Class 2 felony. The alleged offense dates are, for the theft of means, January 31 of 2025. For the other two, February 6th of 2025. And you will get a copy of that indictment and police reports through your lawyer. The indictment is going to be unsealed between now and your arraignment hearing, and then your lawyer, I believe, will get a copy at the arraignment hearing. All right, so that hearing is going to be June 6th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 1 week from today, in the downtown Superior Court. And Counsel Ansell, is it the whole case? Did you notice him for the whole case?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then I'm going to note you do not need a lawyer, Mr. Bishop, because you have hired one. All right, before I set conditions of bail or release, what does the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd ask the court to affirm the bond amount in the grand jury warrant, which I believe is $25,000 secured. I don't have specific information regarding the underlying facts. However, it is my understanding that Mr. Bishop was extradited from Idaho. So given that, I think that bonds would be appropriate to make sure that he continues to stay in Arizona and faces these charges.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ansell.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were quite frankly surprised at the amount of the bond. This case dates back a little bit. He was picked up originally back in March on this, and it was scratched, totally unrelated to this, where we're at right now.
Okay.
But effectively, he was given an initial $2,500 bond. He bonded out, and he immediately retained counsel, which was me. So we've been in really good contact with the state since that time. And once he was out, Mr. Bishop was in constant contact with me. He has a residence here. He has a wife and 2 young daughters. He has 0 criminal history, and he's a very young man. So the reason he got picked up and extradited from Idaho is because he asked me if he could go on a trip for Mother's Day to make a visit out to Oregon, to a relative. It was Oregon, right? And I said, you know what, Santino, go ahead. And of course, he gets picked up on this. It has been quite traumatic for him, but for the position that he's in and the means that he's gone over and above to stay in contact with myself and ask my opinion and permission to do things. That was the first time he had left the state since this case was pending, and I didn't want him sitting around forever, Your Honor. So he's certainly not a flight risk. There was no indication in the Form 4 or the grand jury warrant that he was a danger to the community, and like the state, we are a little bit blind on facts at this point because of the nature of the secret indictment. But I know that his family and his wife and daughters will not be able to post a $25,000 bond. It's a major escalation from the original bond that he was given that has nothing to do with this. But I would ask for a release to pretrial services, given the amount that he has been in outstanding contact with counsel and the efforts that we have made to stay in touch with the state on this and face it forward. If anything, a nominal bond would be our request.
All right, and so counsel, based on what you're saying, I did look up the original booking, which is G162347. It was February 28th, PF number 2025-109562. It is the identical charges, and at least it contains a factual description of what he was accused of. And if memory served, I've seen this PC before. I probably issued at least 1 warrant in the underlying case. But I also was able to then see the criminal history, and it looks like your client does not have any priors. Let me go back. Whoops, hang on. I don't know if I got a current one. Yeah, I do. No prior felonies. Looks like we have Washington State, some misdemeanor, malicious mischief, disorderly conduct from 2023. That's about it. And at that time, he's reporting he worked for the church. I just want to compare, or no, that's today. I want to compare notes. I'm sure that I don't see anything that's giving me pause. All right. Well, I don't do it very often, but I will say, counsel, this is a case where I feel a reasonable degree of confidence about what I'm seeing in terms of what the underlying allegations are. I verify that's the same date of offense. It is. Yeah. So I'm gonna go back to the 2,500. I'm not entirely convinced on the factual allegations that bond is not necessary to secure his compliance and appearance, but I'm going to go back to 2,500 secured. And you can argue some more if you want, counsel, but you should call that a significant win, particularly in front of me. So,
to my knowledge, his wife and children kept the original $2,500 bond amount, assuming that when this came back, they'd be ready for it. So that should be fine, Your Honor.
All right, and I'll just note, for the purpose of the record, I still see no prior felonies for your client. Your client still has, therefore, they didn't score him today because the grand jury warrant, but he would still, I know because I've done 10 million of these, he would be scoring OR. It is a property offense. He's probably probation eligible, if not probation likely. There are multiple offense dates to consider, Mr. Bishop, but I feel like it's rare that I have a clear enough picture of what went on before, to where I'm not just forced to take everybody's word for everything and or guess what was presented to the grand jury. I am still guessing, and that's why I am sticking with the $2,500 secured appearance bond, and it's a decision I'm willing to live with, because if I have bet wrong right now, you don't appear to be a serious menace to society. You've also just experienced the fun of being extradited from another state, and I would hope that would make you less inclined to try to repeat that experience by fleeing the state. So that's my decision for today. We're going to reprint that, and then, counsel, if you want to use the room, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we'll just get you your own copy. You can be excused. Okay. All right. Thank you. Still no victim contact, Mr. Bishop. Don't go back to the scene. Don't have any contact with any co-defendants. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor, so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Good luck. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yep.
All right, Mr. Reese.
Your Honor, I have the 3 matters at the very end of the calendar. Could I be excused
Absolutely.
to come back?
Yeah.
And then would the court entertain hearing additional info for probable cause for number 32 at that time?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that the one? Wait a minute. So do I need to move him down? Is that
Mr. Jasper?
Jasper. Jeez. Is that the one where it was like the drugs? Okay. Do you have some?
I do.
Okay.
And
Let's
I
just pull him in. Yeah.
I emailed it
Or
to
is he
you.
a house call? Too many names on this calendar. Okay, yeah. Then let's change gears and let's just go to Mr. Jasper. We'll do it, and then you can go ahead and keep working. I know you have a lot of work to do today, as we all do. All right, Mr. Jasper. I just assumed that you were just basically like, no, we're not arguing. We're just going to let it go. But hey, good for you. All right. So, Mr. Jasper, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
My name is Delroy Jasper. My birthday is 5/30/1985.
Okay, thank you. And then the appearance of the...
Today's my birthday, too.
Yeah, so it is. Happy birthday, sir. I can't tell you that I'm going to give you a gift, but happy birthday. All right, and appearance from the state, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gone on behalf of the state.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Jasper, you're here on 2 things. One is a new arrest, and one is a probation warrant. Or no, I'm sorry. It's a warrant in a pending case. You're not on probation. That case is still pending. So I'm going to start with the new case. The state was given an opportunity to supplement probable cause in this case because the police did not get very specific about how come they thought what you had was fentanyl. And so we do allow the state to supplement the probable cause if they are able to at this hearing. So I'm going to hear from her about what the county attorney has been able to obtain from the police in support of probable cause on these new drug charges. But they are narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, Class 6 felony. I am already finding probable cause for the criminal trespass misdemeanor, but that's the misdemeanor. It was the drugs that I was not going to find probable cause on without more. So, Ms. Gaunt, was the state able to find anything that it wanted to offer in support of probable cause?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I did also provide a written copy of this information to be provided to the court. I did speak and receive information from Officer Caitlin Freshwater from Glendale PD. She indicated that Mr. Jasper was sitting between the dumpster area and the block wall, that upon approaching him, they located a Tudor and a burnt tinfoil in his hand. He also took out a fentanyl pill from his front shirt pocket, and an additional 8 fentanyl pills were located in his front pocket. These are blue tablets that are stamped with M30, and in the officer's training and experience are known as fentanyl pills that are a narcotic drug. The tinfoil is used to place the fentanyl pill on it and lit with a lighter, and the fumes are then inhaled with a cut straw or metal straw. The fumes leave behind residue on the tinfoil and Tudor, making these items known items of drug paraphernalia.
All right, thank you. Okay, based on what the state has submitted, and I did quickly read the piece of the police report as well that will be attached in your file, I do find probable cause for the narcotic drugs and the drug paraphernalia as well. So there is probable cause for those. I am appointing a lawyer for you. It'll be the same lawyer that you have for your other open case, which is a theft of means of transportation case. It's a Class 3 felony. You already had a lawyer for that one. You'll have the same lawyer in the new case. And in this theft of means case, it looks like you failed to appear at a status conference on April 25th, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. So you are going to have the same next court date for both of these cases. It's a status conference this Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. Then in each of the 2 cases, you will also have a preliminary hearing on Monday, June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. In the new case only, I am also going to give you a bail eligibility hearing because when there is probable cause for a new felony, while you have a pending felony, you can't get bail at this hearing. You have to go to a bail hearing first. They'll determine whether or not you're going to stay held without bond or whether you are eligible for bond. And if they find that you're eligible, they'll give you release conditions in a week. But I have to hold you in the new case. You can talk to your lawyer about that, but it's the evidentiary hearing on your paperwork. It's going to be the afternoon of June.
I haven't speak to him yet.
Sorry?
I haven't speak to him yet.
Oh, well, then you'll definitely talk to him on the 5th because you have a bail hearing on the 6th. And they know it, and we take steps to alert the attorneys because the bail hearing has to happen within 7 days. And so we take additional steps to make sure they know they have somebody on the books who needs a bail hearing. It's going to be 1:30 in the afternoon on June 6th.
What if I was there in the group home?
That doesn't affect your bail ability. It might affect the outcome of your case, like whether you get probation or something like that, but it just doesn't affect whether you're eligible for bail. The problem is any felony that there's a probable cause finding for, while you have a pending case, you can't get bail at this hearing. Even if you had gone to your hearing in April in the other case, even if you had been there, I would still have to hold you no bond because you have a pending felony and you came in on probable cause for a new felony. That's the only thing that counts for purposes of this law. But people do get bail at the bail hearing. I'm not going to be the judge of it. I won't be there. But I know people do get bail. So, but some people do continue to be held without bail. But you have a lawyer. You'll see your lawyer the day before. They'll talk to you about what's going to happen at the bail hearing the next day. Then you go have the bail hearing. So I'm positive you're going to see your lawyer next week because they're on the clock. Here comes the bail hearing. All right. Good luck, sir. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork. And counsel, I'll give you a chance to exit. All righty. The name is Summerfield, please. And then Lisa Baez, will you please go to the chair? Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. I skipped people. I skipped people. Sit down, ladies. Sorry. Because I did that one out of order. I got completely out of order. I am looking for Mr. Ruiz, Michael Ruiz, and then Zachary Scott. Will you go to the chair? All right. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Michael Devin Dietz Ruiz, May 30th, 1997, 29th, sorry.
Today is the 30th, right. Happy birthday from yesterday. You still had birthday in jail.
Yeah.
You're here on a probation warrant. It's class 3 felony. And I'm not here to do anything other than give you a lawyer and some court dates. So I'm giving you a lawyer. You will get a copy of the petition to revoke from your lawyer. That petition alleges that you violated terms 6, 7, 12, and 21. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. All right, next court date is this coming Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. Your bond is $5,000. It is secured. If you post it, comply with all of your written release conditions. Do not miss your court dates. What's your question?
So, I have a problem with I seen you last time when I was here.
Okay.
So, last time, you had set up a court date, and the court date was set up for the same day as I had a misdemeanor court date for Chandler. So...
That's not an excuse.
Exactly, it's not, right? So I had 2 court dates, and I was locked up. I was in county. I was in 4th Avenue. So
I don't know what you're talking about. This is, you started probation November 2nd on 3 different felonies in this case.
Yes.
You didn't report, last date reported January 29th. Then they allege you did not report 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, that you moved without permission. They allege you admitted to using methamphetamine, and you've also got new pending charges. So, Mr. Reese, I'm not doing anything different.
No, that's fine. No.
Okay. I don't know what you want from me.
I just want to know what's the court date. What's going on with the court date with the Chandler?
Because last time you want me to tell you when your Chandler City court date is?
No, it's fine. I'll call and ask.
Okay, because no, I don't have any way to know that.
Okay, so I have bail for $5,000 for my probation warrant.
If you bond out, comply with your conditions. Call your PO within 72 hours. I gave some thought, Mr. Reese, because they allege a brief barricade and Mesa SWAT being called. I came that close to holding you without bond.
Okay.
If you bond out and you do this again, you'll never get bond in this case, at least not till it's resolved, So, Mr. Reese, if you want to be out of custody, you surrender peacefully, and, well, you start by not missing any court dates. Yeah, I was thinking hard about holding you without bond. So, comply with your conditions. Don't miss your court date. All right, Mr. Scott? And then Renee Kenner, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Zachary Scott, 1501.
All right, thanks. You're here on an arrest warrant and a probation violation hold. Is there any? In the arrest warrant, you've been charged in a criminal complaint with 3 counts of aggravated assault on a healthcare professional. Each of those is a Class 6 felony. The alleged offense date is February 22nd of 2025. You will get a copy of the charges and police reports from your lawyer. I'm appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, June 5th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, June 9th at 8:30 in the same court. Now, the probation department has also notified the court they will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on this new violation. That is their policy. They have to. So you're on probation for a Class 2 felony. I know you're already serving a sentence in that case, but what happens is this starts a new probation proceeding. So the one you're serving a sentence on, that one's over. You're just serving out your sentence. This is a new one. So I'm giving you a lawyer on this petition. You're going to go back to probation court on this petition, which really just ties into the new charges. Okay. So they'll probably end up coming together in the system. Okay. So your court dates, I think I just said that, status conference June 5th, in the new case, preliminary hearing June 9th. In the probation case, you're going to go see, and hopefully they'll get them together for the same hearing for you, but it's June 5th at 8:30 for your probation hearing as well. You're going to be in custody, I know, so I think that your probation file is going to get sent to the trial judge in the new case. But that should work itself out. You don't have to worry about it because you're serving a sentence till at least June 24th. So I'm affirming the bond in the new case, which is $5,000 secured. And in the probation case, I'm setting $5,000 secured, but with giant notes saying this doesn't kick in until you're done with your confinement order. So in the probation case, June 24th is what your confinement order says. So on that date, you'd be allowed to post bail, but you'll be in court long before then. So if you want to talk to your lawyer about, trying to get a more favorable release decision, you'll have time to do it, but this is what I'm ordering for right now. But you're back in court next week on both of these cases.
Yeah, I was supposed to get released to my clinic team or whatever the case was. So.
No, it won't happen with a pending case.
Oh, okay.
All right, so try to be patient.
All right.
And go see your lawyer next week, and your lawyer can help you plan out a course of action.
I appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Renee Kenner, I'm sorry. And then Margarito Chavez, please go to the chair. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Renee Elizabeth Kenner, 8580.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 3 probation warrants. Looks like you're on probation in 3 separate felony cases, and there were petitions to revoke your probation filed in all 3 cases back on May 20th. The petitions allege that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you in all 3 cases. Same next court date for all 3 cases. It is June 5th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning for a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bonds are as follows. I'm just affirming what the probation judge set. In number 11 on the calendar, $2,500 secured. In number 12 on the calendar, $1,500 secured, which is $4,000. And in number 13 on the calendar, $1,000 secured. So I think, by my math, that's $5,000 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, call your PO within 72 hours of release. If you step to your left, you get a copy of your paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Chavez? I need Margarito Chavez, please.
Margarita Chavez. Margarita Chavez. Come on, let's wake up.
Yeah, that's him. After Chavez will be Ms. Summerfield. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Margarita Antonio Chavez, December 7, 1994.
All right, thank you. You're here on 4 probation holds and 1 new case. In the new case, you were booked in for criminal trespass in the 1st degree. It's a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference June 5th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court, with the preliminary hearing Monday, June 9th at 8:30 in the same court. And the probation department will be filing petitions to revoke your probation in all 4 of your probation cases. So you have to go to probation court, also June 5th, 8:30 in the morning. That's for all 4 of those cases. I'm appointing a lawyer for you in your 4 probation cases. In each of your 4 probation cases, your bond is $750 secured for $3,000 total. In the new case, based on your risk assessment score, I'm just going to set what's called a placeholder bond. It's $50 secured. Don't post it unless you're able to get out on everything. Your total bond is $3,050 with written conditions that you're ordered to comply with. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy of those. Thank you. All right, Ms. Summerfield. And then Lisa Baez, will you please go to the chair? After Ms. Summerfield will be Ms. Baez. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Julie Summerfield, 9701.
9701?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 1 new case and 2 probation holds. In the new case, you're arrested for criminal trespass in the 1st degree. It's a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference this Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court. The probation department is also going to file petitions to revoke your probation in both cases based on this new arrest. So I'm giving you a lawyer in probation court as well. And court dates there, it's just the same court date for both. It's June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond in each of your probation cases is $750 secured for $1,500 total. In the new case, based on your risk assessment score, I'm just setting what's called a placeholder bond. It's $50 to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. So your total bond is $1,550 secured. If you bond out, comply with your conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. They got your paperwork for you. Thank you. Ms. Baez? And then Belinda Vela, will you please go to the chair? I need Ms. Baez right now, and then Ms. Vela can go to the chair. Right there, ma'am. I can have your full name and your date of birth, please.
My name is Belinda Vela, 11556.
I don't care, it's fine. All right, Ms. Vela, you are here on a bench warrant in a pending case. You've been charged with narcotic and dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, also drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. This warrant issued after you failed to appear at a status conference on June 28th of 2024.
Yes.
You already have a lawyer. Your next court date will be a status conference June 5th, which is this Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30. The court address is on your paperwork. I'm affirming the bond set a year ago. It is $500 secured. If you post it, comply with all of your written conditions, and do not miss your court dates. She's got your paperwork for you.
So I have to bail bonds,
Correct.
$500?
Correct. All right, Ms. Baez, did we find her? Okay. After that will be Kristen Brown, please. Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Liza Baez, 1582.
Thank you. You're here on 1 new case and 2 probation warrants. In the new case, you were arrested for possession of narcotic drugs. It's a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your status conference will be this Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with the preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30 in the same court. You're also here on 2 warrants because you're on probation in 2 felony cases. On January 17th, there were petitions to revoke your probation, already filed in both cases. The petitions allege that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer. I'm appointing a lawyer for you in these cases also. Your court date for the probation cases is also June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. You have a $500 secured appearance bond in each of those 2 cases. In the new case, based on your risk assessment score, I'm just setting a placeholder bond. It's $50 secured. It's meant to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. So your total bond is $1,050 with release conditions you're ordered to comply with. If you step to your left, she'll give you your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Brown? And then Oscar Lopez, would you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Kristen Elizabeth Brown, 92289.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant in a probation case for failing to appear at your revocation arraignment hearing on August 26th of 2024. You've already had a lawyer appointed. Your court date will be in the downtown probation court. It'll be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing this Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond is $500. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions. You have to call your PO within 72 hours, and the number is on your paperwork. If you step to your left,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez? Pardon me, and then Shane Gaffin, we go to the chair. Hello, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Oscar Lopez, March 1st, 1981.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant. In a pending case, you've been charged with dangerous drug possession. It's a Class 4 felony. I apologize. You are already on probation in this case. You failed to appear at a revocation arraignment hearing on May 16th of this year, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest. We are going to reschedule your revocation arraignment together with a possible disposition hearing June 5th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. The address will be on your paperwork. Your bond is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. If you step to your left, she's got your paperwork for you. Thank you. Ms. Gaffin? And then Guadalupe Talavera, will you please go to the chair? I need Mr. Gaffin and then Mr. Talavera to the chair, please. Or Ms. Talavera. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Shane Michael Gaffin, 0727-2000.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for resisting arrest passively, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, failure to obey a police officer, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles an hour. That's called criminal speeding. It is a Class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those. Your arraignment hearing is going to be June 4th, which is this Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning in the Arrowhead Justice Court. The address is on your paperwork. Your bond is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with your conditions. Don't miss your court dates. If you don't bond out, the Maricopa County Public Defender will represent you at the next hearing on the bond issue only. We do not otherwise appoint lawyers in this type of misdemeanor case. You always have the right to hire one. Everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they're going to give you copies.
Just a quick question.
Mhm.
It's $250, I could just pay it cash, and then when
Correct.
the case is over, I could get it right back?
Correct. As long as you come to all of your hearings, even if you are convicted, they can they call it exonerating the bond back to you. It's there to secure your appearance.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Talavera, and then Misael Rodriguez Moreno, will you please go to the chair? Hi, ma'am, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Guadalupe Marquez Talavera, 230.
Okay, thanks. You're here on two things. They are failure to appear warrants from the Superior Court, and it looks like you're on probation in two different cases. On May 16th of this year, you failed to appear at a revocation arraignment hearing in a pending violation proceeding. So you've already had a lawyer appointed. Your next court date is going to be a revocation arraignment hearing and possible disposition hearing this Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. You have a $250 secured appearance bond in each case. That is $500 total. If you bond out, comply with your conditions and call your PO within 72 hours.
Okay.
I got your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez Moreno? And then Sheldon Johns, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Sarge Moreno,
What's your date of birth?
June 3rd, 2003.
Okay, thank you. You are here on, wait, is it January 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a city court warrant from El Mirage. It's a shoplifting case, a Class 1 misdemeanor. It is a failure to appear warrant, let me see, from May 28th, so 2 days ago. What are you in for?
I'm not sure.
Okay, hold on. Must be a city case. I don't see any county cases. No, it looks like, wait a minute. I think your case just scratched on the 27th. Let me see. Yeah, your case scratched. Okay, so you came in on aggravated assault, resisting arrest, and it looks like that didn't get filed, and you were being processed for release. All right. I actually need to change your order, okay? I just didn't have time to trace that down. Officer, do you see him being held on anything else?
I can check.
Okay, thanks, because there was a felony arrest on the 27th, but it just updated to not filed, so I'm guessing they caught this warrant when they were processing him for release. I just want to know if he has any other lower court holds. Okay, so what I think, Mr. Rodriguez, is that the felony case that you got arrested for a few days ago, the county attorney did not meet the filing deadline, which means you get released. It doesn't mean that case is gone forever, but it does mean it's over for right now. And so, but I saw that, let me see when the missed court date is in this case. It's issued on the 28th. It's difficult to say, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume the missed court date was 2 days ago. Okay. One second. And we're going to do
Your Honor, he's currently being held on aggravated assault, trespassing, theft, and resisting arrest.
Okay, that's the one that just scratched. So you did answer my question. Scratched means the county attorney didn't file it in time, so it's.
The computer hasn't updated.
Exactly, it just hasn't updated, right? Our system knows because the clerk of court updates, so, all right. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to release you in this case, Mr. Rodriguez, with a court date, okay? June 17th at 8 in the morning. Do not go wherever the shoplift was. No contact with any of the employees there. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. And I did put a note in here about why I released you, and it's because I can see, the sheriffs just can't see it yet because we have two different systems, that the felony charges from earlier in the week, the county attorney didn't meet the filing deadline, so you're supposed to be released on that. So anyway, don't lose this paperwork, because if you miss this court date, we're giving you a bond next time. But it's the 17th in El Mirage. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork, okay? Just take that and step out to your left. Eventually, the sheriffs will figure out you're getting released, okay? All right, Mr. Johns? And then Dana Hughes, we go to the chair. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Sheldon Johns, 020992.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a couple failure to appear warrants in your probation cases, I believe. Yes. You failed to appear at a revocation arraignment on May 23rd of this year, and warrants issued for your arrest. You've already had a lawyer appointed. Your revocation arraignment will now be June 5th at 8:30 in the morning, which is this Thursday. We're also going to set a possible disposition hearing for the same date and time. And your bond in each case is $250. It is secured for $500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions and don't miss your court date. He's got your paperwork. All right, Ms. Hughes. After that, Jason Grzelek. If you please go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Dana Hughes, 13083.
Okay, thanks. You're here under a warrant from a probation violation warrant, and then they also booked you on a civil contempt or a civil arrest warrant from Dreamy Draw Justice Court. And normally this court does not handle misdemeanor civil arrest warrants except if the person is already on our calendar for a criminal case. Let me tell you about your probation case first, then I'll tell you about the civil contempt warrant.
Okay, because I thought I was doing everything I was supposed to. Like, I'm in sober living, I went to residential,
You're here on a probation warrant.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're on felony probation, and on December 30th of last year, there was a petition to revoke your probation filed. It alleges that you violated terms 4, 7, and 15. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Ma'am, I think you were probably vastly confused about whether you were doing what you were supposed to do, because the probation notes are fairly replete with failing to report, failing to complete treatment. So talk to your lawyer. You get a lawyer to defend this. But ma'am, this has been pending since December. I'm not releasing you. I'm giving you a court date. You're going to go talk to the probation judge.
I thought I was going in there to get my probation, we just talked about getting a
Talk to your
lawyer.
Revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. That's this Thursday, and you have a $250 secured appearance bond and written condition, including call your PI within 72 hours of release. Now, the Dreamy Draw Justice Court issued a civil contempt warrant for you, a civil arrest warrant in 2020. Their handwriting's messing. It could be 2024, could be 2021. In any event, they set a $10,000 bond. That is, again, a civil contempt bond. What we do in this court is we give you a court date and we release you. I'm not ordering you held in the jail on a civil contempt. The Justice Court can do that. We do not. What we're willing to do is tell you that the warrant exists, see you on the warrant, and give you a court date. So your court date is June 16th at 8:30 in the morning in the Dreamy Draw Justice Court. That's for this civil case, and you're released entirely in the civil case. You still have a $250 secured appearance bond in your probation case, and I did give you a lawyer in that case. I'm sorry?
Is there anything I could do instead of paying a bond, like get an ankle monitor or anything?
No, ma'am.
I don't have anybody that can pay that for me.
Well, but ma'am, I have zero confidence that you're going to report, that you're doing what you're supposed to do.
But I've been doing what I've been supposed to be doing. I went to treatment, I went to residential, I'm in sober living. If I don't go back today, I lose my spot and all my stuff.
That may be true, ma'am. Step to your left and take your paperwork. Mr. Grzelek?
So it's $250?
Correct. Mr. Grzelek, and then Marcos Vargas. We go to the chair.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Well, it's actually noon sharp, so good afternoon. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
My name is Jason Michael Grizzlock, 5878.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a total of 4 warrants from the Surprise City Court. It looks like you are in post-conviction, no, I'm sorry. These are listed as pre-adjudication, which you may be convicted in the underlying domestic violence misdemeanors. You may not. Sometimes when they issue these as pre-adjudication, it means they've also charged you with failing to appear. But these all appear to be pending domestic violence cases. So in the first one, this is number 20 on the calendar. You've been charged with criminal trespass as a Class 3 misdemeanor, again, alleged as a domestic violence offense. Number 21 is actually the same type of charge. Also number 22, also number 23. So these warrants all went out on the same day as well. It was May 19th of 2025, and they are listed as failure to appear warrants. It looks like the original dates of crime are different, but these warrants all issued May 19 of 2025. So I'm going to give you a court date in the Surprise City Court. That court date is going to be June 3rd, which is this Tuesday, June 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon in the Surprise City Court. I'm affirming the bail set by the surprise judge. It is $150 secured per case, which is $600 total. If you post a bond, you need to be there on June 3rd, or you will lose that bond money, and there'll be another warrant issued in each case for your arrest. If you don't post the bond, the Surprise City Court will give you a lawyer to represent you on the bond issue only. Everything is on your paperwork. No contact with any alleged victim, no going to the scene of any alleged crimes, no weapons, drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection that's been served on you. If you step to your left, they give you a
I have a
copy of your
question, Your Honor.
What is it?
I was in here May 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. I think I was released 11th or 12th. Those were all put into one case on the 16th and were dropped.
Not according to what I got from Judge Davis.
And that's why I was released, because I was actually here.
I don't see any
even
evidence
over
of
my
that,
birthday.
So you'll have to assert that to the Surprise City Court. I've got warrants.
I have no
Surprise,
way of doing
Sorry?
that. I don't have no way of doing that if I'm in here.
Then you'll be back in court on Tuesday if you don't post the bond. Tuesday, June 3rd at 1:30, and you'll have a lawyer to help you with the bond question. You can go to your chair left. Mr. Vargas, and then Nathaniel Rodriguez, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Marcos Vargas, 0708-1999.
Thank you. Here in a new case, you were arrested on one allegation of aggravated DUI by committing that offense with a license suspended, revoked, or canceled for DUI. Also, one count of aggravated DUI as a third or subsequent DUI within, I can't remember if it's a 7 or 8 year period. Yours are from maybe 2021. So yours are within the period either way. That's a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause on both of those ways of violating the statute, so I do find probable cause for both of those charges, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is the status conference, June 13th, which is a week from Friday to, 2 weeks from today. June 13th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Superior Court, preliminary hearing, June 17th at 8:30, same court. Now, in your case, the county attorney recommended a $5,000 secured appearance bond. I understand exactly why, and it is because people who repetitively commit these types of offenses continue to do it until they hurt someone or they get jailed, typically. In your case, you are lucky. They allege that you hit a parked car and did not hurt anyone this time. So I am very reluctantly, because it looks like you come up with a risk assessment score that basically says this is your issue. Not that you're a violent person, but believe me, people who do this hurt and kill people just as often as anyone else who's using a gun or a knife or something like that. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. I'm going to make you alcohol test. I put in 2 places in your release order that you're not allowed to drive. You weren't allowed to drive yesterday. I've now prohibited you in a felony case. You don't have the legal right to drive.
Yes, Your Honor.
At all. And it is a crime every time you do it. And there's evidence to believe that you're dangerous when you do it, and that you are an alcoholic. A .223 blood alcohol is nothing that somebody can get to walking and talking without being an alcoholic. So you're going to test for us, and Mr. Vargas, when you get home, Google the statute that you're charged under and read it. Because if you are convicted, and it looks like the evidence is pretty good, there's a mandatory minimum sentence. I bet you don't know what it is. Do you know?
So I guess maybe 3 to 6 months.
It's 4 months in the state penitentiary, followed by probation. It's not the county jail. You're going to put on an orange jumpsuit at, if you're lucky, the Lewis State Prison Complex on the west side of Phoenix. If you're unlucky, you'll be in southern Arizona. You're going to do 4 months in the Department of Corrections before you ever come out on probation. That is, no judge can give you less. I'm telling you that because I want to scare you into not violating your release conditions. You are presumed innocent in this case. The state appears to have a very strong weight of evidence against you. If you were to commit this kind of crime while this case is pending, I believe the state will start their offer at 2.5 years in the state penitentiary, because if you lose on both cases at trial, you'll get a presumptive 4.5 years. I'm telling you all of that because I literally want to frighten you into complying with release conditions. You have a terrible problem right now, as of today.
Yes, sir.
You are facing what appears to be a large weight of evidence that may be very difficult to overcome. If you screw up by violating release conditions, that could be truly life-changing. If you do 2.5 years in the state pen, that's life-changing. 4 months is sometimes life-changing. So don't take a bad situation and have it be something that you struggle to overcome for the rest of your life. So absolutely no contact with the alleged victim. That's whoever owns that car, the one you're alleged to have hit. Absolutely no contact with the witness in the case. I don't know. I didn't try to triangulate where you live versus where this occurred, because people often do this in their own neighborhood. Absolutely no contact with any of those people. Alcohol test when we tell you, and do not drive. Okay? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I don't care if you get your license back tomorrow. Do not drive until the criminal court gives you permission. And if you miss a court date in these DUIs, that the DUI court typically starts the bond at $2,500. So don't miss court. Don't violate your release conditions. Go look up the statute and verify what I'm telling you. If you get convicted, and they seem to have a lot of evidence against you, wrap your mind around the idea that you already screwed up bad enough to go to prison for 4 months and then come out on probation. Think about that if you think about getting behind the wheel of a car.
Yes, Your Honor.
You step to your left, get your paperwork. Mr. Rodriguez, Nathaniel Rodriguez. And then Mr. Smith, Nathaniel Smith, if you go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Nathaniel Rodriguez, 09-2002.
All right, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested on charges of possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference in 2 weeks. It's June 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing June 17th at 8:30. The address in downtown Phoenix is on your paperwork. You qualify for release to pretrial services. I do know that you have a prior. It's from a few years ago, and I think you did actually, you actually did end up in prison on that.
Yeah.
That being said, many people, even with a prior like that, are getting a probation offer with drug treatment. So I'm just telling you that. It's not a guarantee, and it's not up to me. To encourage you to go to court. Don't miss your court dates. If you miss your court dates, that type of conviction is going to heavily weigh against whether the county attorney wants to make you a probation offer. So go look like a good candidate for probation. You're also entitled to fight the case. You are presumed innocent. You can fight this case. But if you want a chance at that, you need to make all your court dates, start looking like a good candidate for probation, okay?
Okay.
If you take your paperwork, you'll be released in a few hours.
Thank you.
Good luck. Mr. Smith, and then Jenny Romero, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Nathaniel Smith, 01/05/1999.
Okay, thanks. You got picked up on a warrant for older charges. So you've been charged in a criminal complaint with a case that's more than a year old now. The charges are dangerous drug possession and narcotic drug possession. Those are Class 4 felonies. Also drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. And these are alleged to have occurred back on January 2nd of 2024. And it looks like this comes from the Tohono O'odham Nation Police Department. But you will get copies of the police reports from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be in 2 weeks. It's June 13th at 8:30 in the morning. preliminary hearing June 17th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court. And you have not missed any court dates in this case. The court just didn't have a working address for you. There was an attempt made to send you a summons, but we just didn't have a good address. So we don't hold that against you. We're just going to take it brand new. And you qualify for release on your own recognizance. So I'm releasing you. You've got your court dates. Do not miss them, or you're going to wind up right back here, okay? All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Romero, Jenny Romero. After that, Byron Burt. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Jenny Romero, 122684.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from the Arrowhead Justice Court. And in this case, it looks like it's an initial arrest warrant, meaning they probably tried to send a constable to find you and couldn't find you. But it's a new case. You haven't missed any court dates. It looks like the charge is interfering with judicial proceedings by disobeying a court order. The alleged offense date is May 1st of this year. This warrant went out May 22nd, so about a week ago. All righty. Your next court date is going to be in the Arrowhead Justice Court, June 17th at 2 in the afternoon. I show you were in custody when the warrant issued.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
And I think you are right. You're in the process of getting released, right? I think you are. Didn't you, in the, look. It got filed. Yeah, as far as you know, are you getting released in whatever you were already in here for?
I am
No?
not sure, ma'am. I do not know. I got page 2 on, I had court, was it yesterday? And my attorney had wanted me to get released because there was no reason to be keeping me.
Let me see. Yeah, no, you did get released. It looks like you took a plea.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Okay, let me look at your order. Yeah, I thought so. There's just so many people, I can't keep them straight.
Yeah,
today.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
Oh, no, you know what it says is, well, it says you still have a $500 bond and then pretrial services.
I don't know what's going on. I just know that.
Okay, and that's in your other case. That's your felony case, and that was on the 29th. So yesterday, it looks like Judge Simon ordered, still you have a $500 cash bond, and then you go on an ankle monitor. So are you going to be able to post the bond in that case?
I am not sure.
Okay, because if I release you in this one, and you're not there on the 17th, you're going to catch a warrant.
No, I'll go to court.
All right.
I always go to my court.
I'll go ahead and I'm going to release you in this case, but just know that if you're stuck in on that other case and the 17th comes around, you're going to get hauled back down to this building on a warrant. But we can sort of play the float if you're crossing your fingers to get out between now and the 17th. Just do not lose this paperwork we're giving you, because when you get out, you got to be there.
Okay.
All righty. Good luck, ma'am. Everything's on your paperwork.
All right, thank you.
Sure. All right, then we're going to do Mr. Burt. And then if we can get organized, officers, then we'll do the last 3. Okay, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Byron Burt, 1/12/1998.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from the South Mountain Justice Court. It's a driving on suspended license case. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. The warrant was issued May 28th of 2024, so a year and 2 days ago. Looks like the alleged offense date was March 20th of 2024. All right, your next court date is going to be in the South Mountain Justice Court, June 18th at 9 in the morning, which is about 2 weeks from now, 2.5. June 18th, 9 in the morning. I'm going to release you. I'm not excited about how old this warrant is, but when I look at the case card, we call it, for that court, it looks like this is probably a failure to appear from a citation or a summons, meaning I don't show that you ever got to enjoy being arrested for this. Now you have, and I have a little theory, which is that most people would rather go to court than have this happen again.
Can I say something?
Just 1 second.
Okay.
If you're not one of those people, and this is not enough to get you to go on June 18th, we'll be able to see it, and then we're going to give you a bond the next time we see you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am planning to release you, but what did you want to say?
I did call about the citation, and I did, say I can't make it. I did.
And so there's some notes in there about they sent you a crabby letter or message or something, so I'm going to let you go deal with them on it. I'm just hopeful that now that you see what happens, you'd much rather just show up than get this ugly surprise in another year.
Yeah.
And so if that's not you, though, we will see you again. It might be 10 years. Sometimes we get 10-year-old warrants like this. And those people get a bond. Yeah. And they go, oh, I thought it was all gone. Like, well, no, 10 years ago. So anyway, we're just trying to get you to go, okay? Yeah. It's a traffic misdemeanor. You could theoretically do 6 months jail on it. So it's not nothing. You have to go. It's not a doctor's appointment. You have to go. Yeah. All right. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork. Good luck, sir. Thank you. Alrighty, so we just need a second to organize ourselves. And then I think we should start with 52. I was going to do 52. What are you here on 52 and 53?
37 also.
Okay, oh, all three, okay. Okay, so we'll just... Okay, great. Let's start with Mr. Villalba, out of Villalba. After that's going to be Mr. Ramirez Loaiza. All right, and officer, we definitely need you standing by because she's going to appear on all these. Okay, thank you. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Adam Villalba, 10/30/77.
All right, thank you. And the appearance of the state, please.
Brooke Gone on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Mr. Villalba, you are before the court on two matters. One is a new case and one is a probation hold in what I believe remains a Proposition 200 case. All right, I'm going to start with your new case. You're arrested on allegations of kidnapping, a Class 2 felony, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony, sexual conduct with a minor as a Class 6 felony, and threatening and intimidating, Class 1 misdemeanor. Based on what the police have submitted, the court does find probable cause for all of those allegations. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case. And your next court dates will be a status conference this Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30 in the same court, and that address will be on your paperwork. I'm going to turn to the probation case before I hear from the state on everything together. In the probation case, you are on probation for a Class 6 felony. According to the minute entry that I've seen, that was a Proposition 200 second offense. I didn't have time to scour the docket, but right now, I'll just note for counsel for the state, I didn't see any notation from pretrial that there was ever a Proposition 302 finding. There could yet be one, but there has not been one. And the sum of all that, Mr. Villalba, is that I believe you are legally entitled to bail in your probation case, that legally at this point in time, this court lacks the authority to hold you without bail in your probation case. So in any event, I do intend to give bail in that case. The probation department is going to file a petition to revoke between now and your next court date. They're going to allege this new arrest as a violation. So I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in probation court also. I'm going to give you the same court date in probation court, and that will be June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. It'll be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Again, that's the probation case only. All right, now, in one or both of these cases, what did the state want to recommend as far as release conditions?
Thank you, Your Honor. In regards to the new case, the state is asking for $1 million cash-only bond, and if that's posted, we'd ask for electronic monitoring and no contact with any minors. That request is based on the nature of the charges. He allegedly engaged in sex acts with the 15-year-old victim. He forced her to ingest methamphetamine. He physically assaulted her on multiple occasions, and he held her captive in his residence for many months. Additionally, there are prior allegations of violence against women and juvenile females. The state is concerned that he is an extremely dangerous individual, and that's why we believe that significant of a bond is necessary.
All right, thank you. Did you want to be heard on the probation case at all?
No, we take no position on that.
Okay, thanks. All right, Mr. Villalba, the court has considered what's been alleged against you. The court has considered the reasons for bail, and this court agrees with the state that what has been alleged against you and what the police appear to have provided a strong weight of evidence for is an approximate 9-month kidnapping for the purpose of sexual enslavement of a child. That is, you know, it's difficult to say how much damage, if you did these things, may have been caused to that person, a sort of lifetime trauma that does appear. There's a substantial weight of corroborating physical evidence on her body and from the location where she was found. And I have to say, Mr. Villalba, what has been alleged is so incredibly serious and predatory that the court gave some thought to making a finding that there is no set of conditions that could reasonably assure the safety of the community, and holding you without bail on that allegation, because the type of offense and the period of time that's been alleged against you is among the worst, I think, that could be alleged against someone. To kidnap another person and hold them with physical abuse and sexual slavery over many months, not ever releasing them, and that person then also being a child, that is an allegation that this court believes, with this level of corroboration, indicates that you do pose a risk of danger to other children in the community. You pose a great risk of flight to avoid prosecution, because ultimately you may be charged with a very long list of offenses. But based on what has been alleged against you today, the court believes there is a strong weight of evidence, that you knowing there's a strong weight of evidence may cause you to prefer to flee the jurisdiction than to stay and face what could be a very lengthy mandatory prison sentence, and that you pose a real risk of danger to people in the community. This court is concerned that people who commit these types of offenses tend to ultimately kill their victims rather than leave their victims alive to testify against them, and or they're doing it under some level of compulsion that would indicate they may do it again. So it's rare, it's extremely rare in the absence of flight factors, access to large sums of money, that the court sets bail in an amount that's requested by the state when it is not a homicide case. But in this case, on these facts, this court believes that that is an appropriate bail. I am going to set that bail. And so again, that is $1 million. It is cash only. If you post it, this court wants you on house arrest. So you'll be on an ankle monitor on house arrest, because the court is very concerned about you fleeing, but also about you potentially doing this to somebody else if you did what they're accusing you of doing. This court reminds you that you enjoy the presumption of innocence in this case. I do recognize that, but in this case, the factors that are alleged and the corroboration that is alleged is beyond what the court thinks would justify this amount of bail, much less a potential no bond finding. So I have made other orders that you'll get a copy of. They include that you may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. And the court bases that order in part on the allegation that you used/forced your mother to participate in holding this child against her will. I do not want you to have any contact with your mother. She may well end up being your co-defendant. I don't see that she is at this moment in time, but she may. Whether she is or she isn't, no contact with her, no contact with the alleged victim, nor any person under the age of 18. You may not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. That is the new case. In your probation case, the court sets bail in the amount of $25,000 secured with written conditions that I will let you read for yourself. That is in addition to the bond in the new case. Everything's going to be on your paperwork.
Your Honor, in regards to the new case, the state would move to seal the Form 4 because it did appear that there was some information related to the victim's name.
Oh, and I do see that you provided a redacted one. Okay.
I did, as well as filed the written request.
Thank you very much. All right, so based on the state's motion, it is ordered sealing the original Form 4 and the Form 4 addendum in favor of the redacted copy that was provided by the state, and I trust my staff to sort that out. And that is because, Mr. Villalba, the police included some identifying information for a juvenile in their Form 4, which is against court rules, so it has to be redacted before it goes into the public record. The state has provided a redacted copy, and so I've granted their motion. And your lawyer can advise you more about that if you have any questions. All right, so do we have that printed up for him? Okay, great. He's got that for you. If you take that, you can step out to your left. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ramirez Loaiza. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Hi, good evening. My name is Joshua Ramirez Loaiza. I'm 20 years old.
What's your date of birth, sir?
May 24th, 2005.
Okay, thank you. And then the appearance of the state, please.
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ramirez Loaiza, you are here on a total of 8 allegations of sexual exploitation of a minor Those are class 2 felonies. Two allegations of sexual conduct with a minor aged 15 or older. Those are class 6 felonies. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date, there will be two. The first is a status conference, Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30. The address for those is going to be on your paperwork. And the court is going to hear from the state first. What does the state want to recommend on bail or release conditions in this case?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for $50,000 cash-only bond, along with electronic monitoring, no contact with any minors, and no contact with his co-defendant. This is based on the nature of the charges. He allegedly, along with his co-defendant, engaged in sex acts with a 16-year-old victim and video recorded those acts. We are concerned that he is a danger to the community.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ramirez-Loaiza, I've considered what's been alleged against you and the weight of the evidence that the police allege they have against you. And the court believes, based on that and also the allegation that you're a flight risk, the police allege that you have significant ties to another country, and the court does find that it is enough that it indicates you could be a flight risk. The court also notes that you could face a mandatory prison sentence based at least on potential multiple offense dates. This crime is not what is called a dangerous crime against children under Arizona law, but with there being the potential for multiple offense dates, you could face a mandatory prison sentence in this case, and the court is very concerned as well about possible intimidation or retaliation against the alleged victim and or your co-defendant. So I am setting bail in the amount of $50,000. It is cash only. If you post it, you're going to be on an electronic ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. That is required as well because you are accused of sexually motivated crimes against children, a child, excuse me. So you have to wear an ankle monitor. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim or your co-defendant, even if one of them contacts you first. No contact with anyone under the age of 18, no exception. You may not access the internet by any means except for purposes directly related to legal matters, work, or school. That means you are not on social media. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection that may be served on you. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. We're just getting that reprinted, and we're going to send it out. Go ahead and step out to your left. Mr. Galarza? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Vincent Smiling Eagle Galarza, September 29, 2000.
All right, thank you. And the appearance of the state?
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Galarza, you've been arrested on one allegation of sexual assault, a Class 2 felony. The alleged offense date is January 7th of 2025. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court dates will be a status conference this Thursday, June 5th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30 in the same court, and the address will be on your paperwork. Before I set conditions of bail or release, what does the state want to recommend?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $10,000 secured appearance bond along with electronic monitoring. This is based on the nature of the charges, and we are concerned that he's a community safety risk.
All right, thank you. Mr. Galarza, I consider what's been alleged against you and your relative lack of criminal history and the recommendation of the state. And I believe the state's recommendation is appropriate. It is actually far, far less than the court would often set on a sexual assault allegation. But I believe it accounts for the current weight of the evidence. This court does believe there is probable cause for sexual assault. The court also recognizes that the weight of the evidence could be stronger and that this may be a defensible case more than many. And so I believe the amount, the $10,000 secured, accounts for those factors. So the court also very much intends to deter you from violating the no victim contact orders. You also have to wear an ankle monitor because by law, when you are accused of a sex crime, you wear an ankle monitor at a minimum. So it's a $10,000 secured bond. Secured means you can use a bail bondsman to possibly post bond for less than the full amount. You'll have to call them from back in the tank, talk to them about what they want for bond posting. Once you post it, you go on the ankle monitor. absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, whether you are in or out of custody, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Everything else is going to be on your paperwork. All right, he's got that for you? Go ahead, sir.
Can I say something quick, Your Honor?
Don't talk about what you're accused of. I would say you can't make your life better by doing that.
Yeah, no,
All right,
I
okay.
was gonna
Okay,
talk about
thanks.
the case. I was just asking, Your Honor, if I can, for that post bond to be $5,000. Just because of the fact that I work, and I just need to get to my job, and I know I can afford that $5,000 bond today, just to go back to work and put on the income on it and everything like that, so I can,
Okay, I believe that 10,000 is the least that the court should set in this case. I did do it as secured, and I'll tell you that's a tenth of what this court would normally set on a case with a stronger weight of evidence and or an allegation that of a greater degree of violence or force. And so I've already taken into account what's been alleged against you. It may take you some more time to post the bond. If you can't, even if you can talk to your lawyer about filing a motion to modify it. So if you post the bond and get a modification, you can still do that.
Okay.
But talk to your lawyer about a motion to reduce that. But I believe 10,000 secured is the least amount reasonably necessary to meet the goals of bail in your case. So, all right, talk to your lawyer about that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you, for sure. All right, so officers, I've got a few house calls here. I've got Mr. Lopez, Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Montijo, and Mr. Gonzalez. Are they not physically present in court because they've been isolated by the sheriff's office as potential risks of danger to themselves or others? And, or there was one who he asked not to be brought, or he had his own safety concern. That's Gonzalez. I show fear for defendant's safety.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Currently, protected custody.
Protective custody, okay. But the other three, they got isolated as potential risks of danger to themselves or others?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. Then I am going to go conduct the initial appearances in-house, in person, immediately after this hearing for each of those four defendants. I'll advise Alfonso Lopez, born, he is the fourth apparently, born 9/6/89, that he's here on two matters, an arrest warrant and a probation hold that came with it. In the arrest warrant case, he got charged with dangerous drug possession, class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia possession, and criminal trespass in the first degree. Those were class 6 felonies with an alleged offense date of May 2nd, 2024. I'm appointing a lawyer for him, giving him court date of status conference June 5 at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing June 9 at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. And he'll have a $1,000 security appearance bond and written release conditions in that case that I will go over with him, including no returning to the scene of the crime. He's also here on a probation violation hold. He's on probation for a class 1 misdemeanor. And I am appointing a lawyer for him. I'll let him know that a petition to revoke is going to be filed. Give him a court date June 5th at 8:30 in the morning for a revocation arraignment hearing in front of the downtown probation court. And I'm inclined to set a $1,000 security appearance bond in that case as well with written conditions. I'll go over with him. Marco Sanchez, born 6/17/98, here on a new case. He got arrested for interfering with judicial proceedings as a class 1 misdemeanor. Just one second. All right, I am finding probable cause. I'm giving an arraignment hearing June 4th at 8:30 in the morning in the White Tank Justice Court. And based on what's been alleged in the victim impact statement, I am setting bail in this case in the amount of $500 secured. That is my intention, at any rate, with conditions of release to include not to go to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim. And I'm going to appoint a lawyer for him in this case. Mr. Paul Montijo is here in a grand jury warrant, born 4/12/79. He's been charged by a grand jury with third-degree burglary, a class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on October 1, 2024. I am appointing a lawyer for him, telling him his arraignment hearing is Friday, June 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set out of the grand jury proceeding, which was $50,000 secured, plus written release conditions I will go over with him that do include no victim contact, no going to the scene of the alleged crime. Mr. Shaitus Gonzalez, born 9/13/04, has also been indicted by a grand jury on new charges. 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. That was against police officers, so those are class 2 felonies. 1 allegation, or I should say 1 charge, of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, 1 each of possession of dangerous and narcotic drugs. Those last 3 are all class 4 felonies. The alleged offense date for all of these is July 24, 2024. I'm appointing a lawyer for him. I'm giving him an arraignment hearing Friday, June 6th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. And I'm planning to affirm the bond set at the grand jury proceeding which was $150,000 secured with written release conditions I'll go over with him that do include no victim contact, no going to the scene of the alleged crimes, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and contacting his PO within 24 hours of release. If anything changes after I see any of these defendants in-house to conduct these initial appearances, I will come and supplement the release order. I'm going to put my changes in the written release orders. The final release orders will reflect my ultimate decision. It's not the court's intent to update the recording in this case. And with that, the court is going to stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. Yeah.
I just noticed number 53, the Form 4 is sealed.
Oh, dang. Okay. Do it again. 53. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's try that one again. I'm glad you caught it. Thank you very much, particularly on that one. Okay. Oh, did she move on that one, or did she file a thingy?
She filed
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm not going to think super hard about that. Thank you, though. I'm glad you caught it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, that should be good to go. Okay, thanks. Okay, we're in recess. All right, good afternoon. I'm Commissioner Proctor. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for May 30, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA by the Sheriff's Office that were made on the first calendar of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar as well. All right, when you hear your name, please step up to the podium that's in the center of the courtroom in here. Like the message said at the end of your hearing, you are going to be receiving paperwork. That is going to cover what we go over in here, so that includes your next court dates as well as all of your release conditions. For those of you who will be out of custody prior to your next court date, I do recommend contacting the court in advance of that date so you can verify your hearing details. Please keep in mind you have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in here is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court proceeding. We're going to begin today with Matthew Dancer. After that, we have Justin Williams. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Matthew Dancer, Matthew Jason Russell Dancer, February 1st, 1971.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got 2 separate cases here on the calendar today. I'm going to start with a new matter that just came in, so this will be for a new charge in Superior Court. The only count I was able to find probable cause on is 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. There is an additional count that was submitted for possession or transporting narcotic drugs for sale. I didn't find probable cause on that count, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but I was not provided with enough information to proceed on it today. So in this matter, the Office of Public Defense Services has been appointed to represent you. You do have some court dates here, and that's going to be a status conference June 5th at 8:30 a.m., evidentiary hearing June 6th at 1:30 p.m., and a preliminary hearing June 9 at 8:30. Now, I do show you're currently on felony release. That's the other case that we're about to address here. Because you were on felony release in that other matter at the time this new offense allegedly occurred and probable cause was found on 1 felony count, you are required at this time to be held without bond. That is required under Arizona law. That is why we set that evidentiary hearing. So the evidentiary hearing is set pursuant to rule in order to allow the court to review that non-bailable status. If they were to continue to hold you without bond at that point, they would have to make some additional legal findings. So you do have that second case, which is your open felony matter, in which a bench warrant was issued. You have the same court dates now for that matter that I just went over for the first case, that being the status conference June 5th and the preliminary hearing June 9. In that matter, there is a $500 secured appearance bond. Do you have any questions regarding either of these 2 cases, that information that I've just gone over? All right, so if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. We've got Justin Williams and then Justice Morgan up after that. All right, Mr. Williams, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Justin Andrew Williams, July 30th, 1976.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a grand jury warrant that was issued. This is for an indictment that's been filed that alleges 1 count of conspiracy to commit theft, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of burglary tools, that is a Class 6 felony. The date of offense for all of those counts is December 19, 2024. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do currently have an arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30 a.m. That would be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in that warrant's been affirmed, so this is a $35,000 cash-only appearance bond. If you do post bond and you are released from custody, you are also going to be ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No. I got one question. I'm here on another, I'm already locked up for another charge. I have 2 bonds?
Yeah, so your other matter, is this the one that is for the aggravated criminal damage and burglary? Yes. Yeah, so it looks like you do have a bond in that matter. I show it's a $25,000 secured appearance bond. Yeah. You do have 2 separate bonds now.
Okay.
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 All right, if you want to go ahead and step over there, we'll give you paperwork on this matter, if you want to go to your left there. All right, Mr. Morgan, and then Edward Moore is going to be up after that. Hi, Mr. Morgan, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Justice Morgan, February 17, 1995.
All right, thank you, sir. You've got 5 separate cases here today that we do need to review. It looks like 4 of them might be your probation matters. Let me make sure. Yeah, it looks like 4 of them are your probation cases here in Superior Court. So in 3 of those probation matters, there was a petition to revoke file alleging a violation of terms 4 and 8 of your probation terms. In the 4th matter, that's your probation matter starting with CR 2022, that one is for a term 1 violation. I'm not sure why it doesn't have the PTR with the other ones, but I'm sure your attorney would be able to address that with you.
Okay.
In each of those probation matters, you have the public defender appointed to represent you, and a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. The bonds in the warrants have been affirmed at this time. The first one that I have here is going to be a $750 secured appearance bond. The second one is a $100 secured appearance bond. The third probation matter is a $250 secured appearance bond. And your last matter, which is at term 1, is a $500 secured appearance bond. So those are your probation cases.
Okay.
You are also here on a new felony offense that'll be out of Superior Court. So in that matter, the charges are 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, those are both class 4 felonies, and 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, that's also a class 4 felony. So in that case, the public defender has been appointed as well, and your court dates are a status conference June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. In that case, based on your history, as well as the fact you're currently on probation in 4 matters, you do have a bond, that's a $25,000 secured appearance bond, with the additional terms that you're not to have contact with any complainant or witness if there are any, no contact with any co-defendant if there is one, and you're still not to possess any weapons.
Okay.
All right, so you'll get paperwork for each individual matter, so you'll have a pile of paperwork there, but it's going to have all that information in it. If you have any questions regarding anything that I've gone over. All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over and go ahead and have a seat at this time, thank you. All right, we have Edward Moore and then Daniel Benz up next. Hi, Mr. Moore, go and state your full name and date of birth.
State what?
Your full name and date of birth. Do you have trouble hearing? Do you need the headphones?
No, I stepped up and seen.
Okay.
Edward A. Moore, June 6, 1960.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of aggravated assault as a Class 3 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30.
Downtown?
That's at the downtown Phoenix Superior Court. The address for the court is going to be provided in your paperwork. Let me finish what I'm saying, okay?
Okay, yeah.
All right, I did review your criminal history. I do recognize you have very limited history, but I do have to take into account the nature of the offense that you're here for, which is considered to be a domestic violence offense.
I know that.
It is for that.
Yeah, sorry.
It is for that reason that you do have a bond in this matter, and that is a $10,000 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do post bond and you are released from custody, you are going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You would also have electronic monitoring included as part of those release conditions that would be installed prior to your release. That is being put in place because you're going to have orders here that you're not to return to the scene of the offense. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim in this matter, or any complainant or witness. If there is an order of protection filed, you must obey that order. Now, because I did do the no returning to the scene, that does mean that you are not permitted to reside at the same location as the victim.
Right.
So you would need to find an alternate residence and provide proof of that to pretrial services. If you need to go back to the residence because you have personal items there that you require that you have to pick up in person, you can only do that in person using a civil standby. That's done by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling it through them.
Okay.
And I do just need to caution you that a violation of a no victim contact order in a criminal release order could constitute aggravated harassment. That's a Class 6 felony. Okay, did you have a question regarding any of this information?
Let me see. Yeah, well, we're not going to be living in the same place anyway, and we have to move out of the house for like 3 days, and we have to get the pets out of there to the Humane Society, because we need to have stuff done in the house to sanitize it or something. So that's just what I was going to say. I said I've been married for 33 years and we never had any issues like this ever before.
All right, that is certainly an issue you can speak with your attorney about. It's not going to change anything out here today as far as your outcome. But did you have any questions before you go?
I do. Well, how do I go about paying a bond?
Talk to the officers in the back. They'll be able to assist you with that. Those bond payments do go through the jail, so they'll be able to let you know if you're interested in using a bail bonding company, which you are able to do since you have a secured appearance bond.
Okay.
You can contact one of those companies. You're going to have phones in the next room you go to, along with some numbers on the wall. They list different bonding companies that are locally here.
And where are those officers at?
You're going to see them. You're going to go to another room that's going to be completely separate from where you are now. You're going to see phones on the wall. They still have, I'm assuming they still have the phone numbers posted on the wall as well. And there are officers in that room that are going to be doing the processing. So you're going to have to go through the intake process if you don't post the bond. So you can certainly ask them. They'll be able to direct you as to who you need to speak with.
Okay.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over though, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork so you can have a seat. All right, so we have Daniel Benz and then Angelica Iguarola will be up next.
I need you over there.
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Daniel LaRoyce Benz Jr., 9590.
Thank you. So you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. In your matter, the charges are 2 counts of theft of a means of transportation. That's a Class 3 felony. And 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You do currently have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30, and those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this matter, based on a review of your history, since you already do have some priors here, and the fact that you are now here on a weapons offense, you do have a bond in this case. That's a $5,000 secured appearance bond. Your orders do include that you are not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You are not to possess any weapons, which was already the case for you. Did you have any questions regarding any of that information?
Because I'm not familiar with the court system here, how it works, like with a bond. It's like, is it like still like the 10% or is it the?
So you have a secured appearance bond, so you are able to work with a bail bonding company. I know people often ask me if it's at 10% with security, which it often is. But as far as what they would require of you, you need to talk to them. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Next room you go to is going to have some phones available to you, so you can call some of them.
Okay? Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork there. We've got Angelica Iguarola, and then Timothy Gangloff will be up next. Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Angelica Iguarola, 8/17/83.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a grand jury warrant that was issued, which is for an indictment that's been filed. It alleges 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, also a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, also a Class 4 felony. And 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement. That is a Class 5 felony. In this matter, the offense date for all counts is going to be July 3rd of 2024. So in your case, a legal advocate has been appointed to represent you. There is an arraignment hearing currently set on June 6th at 8:30 a.m. at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And in this matter, the bond in your warrant's been affirmed. You do have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do post bond and are released, your release conditions are going to include that you not have any contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant in your matter, and that you not possess any weapons while on release. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Is there any possible way I can get like a lower bond or something that I can afford, or any way that I can get some type of, I mean, $5,000 is pretty, you know.
I do understand what you're asking for here. I will let you know the only information I know about your case here is exactly what I read. I don't know about any of the facts of it, other than the fact that you are now facing some serious charges, which do appear to be a weapons offense, as well as an unlawful flight. So for that reason, I'm not going to be changing it here today. It doesn't mean it can't change in the future. You can certainly speak with your attorney about that if they believe there is a basis to readdress your release condition.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over though, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's ready for you. All right, so we have Mr. Ganglaw, and then Shelby Popejoy will be up next. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Timothy John Gangloff, 12/14/1982.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court with one count having been submitted. That's one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony. So in this matter, the public defender has been appointed. You do have a status conference currently set June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in this case, based on a review of your history, which does include a number of priors, as well as the fact that you're now here on a weapons offense, you do have a bond, which is a $5,000 secured appearance bond. It does appear as though you might be on federal probation. There's a note about that. If that is the case, if you do get released from custody, you likely do have a requirement through the federal government to contact your probation officer upon release. Do you have any questions, though, regarding this matter that you're here for?
No, yeah.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over and go and pick up that paperwork that is over there. All right, so we have Shelby Popejoy and then Patrick Lewis will be up after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth.
Shelby Popejoy, 07/18/96.
Thank you, sir. So you've got two separate cases here today, both of which are going to be probation violation warrants that were issued. And that's for a petition to revoke filed in each one of your matters alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation terms. So the public defender's office has been appointed for you. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30, and that'll take place at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in each warrant has been affirmed, so each of those has a $1,500 secured appearance bond, so it's $3,000 total for both matters. If you do post bond and you are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation, so you do still have to abide by all the same terms, and that does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding these matters? All right, if you want to step over, you can pick up your paperwork and have a seat at this time. Thank you, sir. All right, so Patrick Lewis, and then after that, Victor Barella. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Patrick A. Lewis, Jr., 06/27/1995.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for 4 separate cases today. It looks like all 4 of these matters are going to be for probation violation warrants that were issued. So in each of your 4 probation cases, there's been a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 5, and 7 of your probation terms. The Maricopa County Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in all cases, and you do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. The bond in each warrant has been affirmed, so it looks like the first 3 are all $750 secured appearance bonds. The 4th matter is a $1,000 secured appearance bond. So in these cases, if you do post bond and are released, you do need to contact probation within 72 hours and otherwise comply with the remaining terms. Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to step over, we'll get you paperwork for each of your matters. We do have Victor Barella and then Jacob Ortega Garcia. We'll be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Victor Barella, 11/26/1976.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a bench warrant that was issued. This looks like for a failure to appear at your disposition hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the hearing we have set next. So that hearing is now going to be June 6th at 8:30 a.m. That'll be at the Superior Court. So the bond in that warrant's been affirmed. That's a $1,500 cash-only appearance bond. So it is different than the secured appearance bond, okay? You do still have the same release conditions you were given before regarding contacting probation within 72 hours.
Okay.
All right, any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to step over and go and have a seat. Thank you, sir. All right, we have Jacob Ortega Garcia, and then after that, Bradley Boyer. All right, Mr. Ortega, if you could state your full name and date of birth, sir.
Jacob Ortega, January 26, 2004.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges submitted here are 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do have a status conference set on June 5th at 8:30 a.m. with a preliminary hearing June 9 at 8:30 a.m., and that's going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. I did receive a victim impact statement indicating the victim stating that they didn't want to press charges. That's not their determination. They're not the one that files charges in these matters, the state is. So at this point, you are still facing the charges that you were booked in on here today. Because this is a domestic violence offense, and I did take into account the victim position in this and determining a release condition, you are still going to have a bond. That's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond in our release, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services.
Okay.
So in this matter, given the nature of the offense we have here, you do still have orders, then you are not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You're not to possess any weapons while on release. Because you do have that do not return order, that does mean you need to find an alternate residence. So if you do need to return to the property because you have personal items there that you need to collect, you can only do that in person using a civil standby. And that's done by contacting local law enforcement and scheduling it through them. And I do just need to caution you that a violation of a no victim contact order in a criminal release order, that's what you have now, that could constitute aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Do you have any questions regarding this matter?
No.
All right, if you want to step over, go ahead and pick up that paperwork there. All right, so we do have Bradley Boyer, and then James Cotton is going to be up next.
Hi,
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Bradley McLean Boyer, June 7th, 1999.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charge that I was able to find probable cause on, or the charges, is 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony. They did submit 3 additional counts here that I was not able to find probable cause on. That's 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, and 1 count of possession of a weapon during a drug offense. It does not necessarily mean those counts are going away, but I was not provided with adequate information here today. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. In this matter, based on a review of your prior history, you do have a bond in this case. That's a $3,500 secured appearance bond. Now, if you do post bond in our release from custody, you have the same term that you are not permitted to have any weapons, okay, which is already the case for you. Do you have any questions regarding that?
That's a secure bond, you say?
It is a secured bond, that's correct.
So if they come with $3,500 cash, I could get out, or do I have to?
You are able, yeah, if you post that full amount in a cash bond, you are able to post it that way, or you can work with a bail bonding company. As far as what they would require, you need to contact them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
If you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork there. Oh, you've got James Cotton and then Jamie Goodman up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
James Cotton, 3rd September 1999.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got 4 separate matters here today. The first one is going to be the new case you were just brought in on. This is going to be for a new matter in Superior Court. The charges are 1 count of organized retail theft, which is a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of assault, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30 a.m. And in this case, you do have a bond, given the fact that you're already on probation in 3 matters. That is going to be a $500 secured appearance bond. Your orders do include that you're not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with any complainant or witness. Now, your 3 probation cases are here as well. They're each here for a Term 1 violation. So in each one of those 3 matters, you do have a bond as well. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. That revocation arraignment hearing will be on June 6th at 8:30 a.m. And again, the public defender has been appointed there as well.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding any of these cases? All right, so you can go ahead and step over and have a seat at this time. We've got Jamie Goodman and then Wyman Whitman up after that. All right, all the way up to the podium, and if you could state your full name and your date of birth.
Jamie Alexandra Goodman.
And your date of birth.
Oh, February 15th, 1990.
All right, thank you. You've got 3 separate cases here today. I'm going to go ahead and start with the new charge that just came in. This will be out of Superior Court. The count that I was able to find probable cause on is 1 count of assault, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, they also submitted a charge for possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. I was not able to find probable cause on that at this time, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but they didn't provide me with enough information here today to proceed on it. So in your case, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. In this matter, based on a review of your history, which already includes the 2 other matters you have here which you're on probation for at this time, and given that you do now have a violent offense, that being the assault charge, you do have a bond that is a $500 secured appearance bond. Your orders do include that you not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons while on release. Your 2 probation cases are also here today. Each of them are here for a Term 1 violation. So in the 2 probation matters, the public defender has been appointed as well. Your revocation arraignment hearing will be set on June 6th at 8:30 a.m. And in each one of those matters, there is a $50 secured appearance bond. So it's $600 total for all 3. So if you do postpone and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation. You do still need to abide by the terms you were provided, and that does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding any of these matters? No. All right, ma'am, if you want to step over and go and pick up that paperwork that's ready for you, and go ahead and have a seat at this time. All right, so we've got Mr. Whitman. After that, Lionel James.
Hi.
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Wyman Whitman, 8/12/78.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for 2 separate cases. Both of these are probation violation warrants that have been issued. So in each of your probation matters, there has been a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your probation term. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. And in each of these matters, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. They each have a $250 secured appearance bond. So the total for both is going to be $500. If you do postpone and are released from custody, you're still on supervised probation, so you do still need to abide by the same terms you had. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that?
I was abiding by, the probation, my probation officer, but then, where I stayed, I couldn't stay there no more, so I left, and, now I'm just homeless.
All right, so you can certainly speak with your probation officer about that, or about that with your attorney as well. So you've been on probation status, or violation of probation status, I should say, for several months now in which you have not contacted probation. I do understand that it is certainly more of a challenge when you don't have a home in order to do that, but there are still a lot of probationers who are in that same position who are still able to comply, and that's going to be the same expectation for you. If you do not comply with probation, no matter what your situation, you are going to be subject to a potential revocation, okay? All right, but I do recommend speaking with your attorney about anything that you're dealing with at this time. All right, if you want to go and step over, though, you can go ahead and have a seat.
Sure.
All right, so we have Lionel James. After that, David Yoakum. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Lionel James, 7/26/81.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got 2 separate cases here today. The first one that I have here is going to be your new case that just came in. So this is going to be for a new matter in Superior Court. The charges submitted are 1 count of taking identity of another, that's a Class 4 felony, 1 count of obstruction, a Class 2 misdemeanor, 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, that's a Class 3 misdemeanor. So in that matter, the public defender has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 5th with that preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30. And in this case, because you do have a probation matter here as well that is going to have a bond, you do have a bond in this matter of $50. So that's really a placeholder bond, so they know you're in custody in each case. Now, your second case you have here is that probation matter. It's here because a warrant was previously issued for a petition to revoke that's been filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5. So the public defender has been appointed there as well. A revocation arraignment hearing is set on June 6th at 8:30. And then in this matter, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. That is a $500 secured appearance bond. So it's $550 for both. If you do postpone and are released from custody, you're still on supervised probation, so you do still need to abide by all terms. That does include contacting probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions for me at this time? All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. We do have David Yoakum up next. After that, Michael Brown. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
David Jokum, 12/17/78.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a bench warrant that was issued, which is for a failure to appear. That's in CR 2018-133733. So in that matter, you now have a non-witness violation hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. Looks like you were in custody on the date that the warrant was issued, that you got the failure to appear warrant. I know you do have a bond set in that other matter. So in this case, what I did is I just did a $50 bond. That way they know you're in custody in this case as well, so they don't issue another warrant, okay? That way you can get transported to your court date, okay?
Okay.
All right, do you have any questions regarding
I
that?
need to see if I can get my brother's number. He's my caretaker, and he helps me with everything in my life, and I don't have his number to call him, and so I need help.
That is not something that I can help you with, okay?
Okay.
You do have an attorney that's been appointed to represent you in both of the cases that you have
So
here.
they'll speak to me so they can
So I
help me?
would recommend
Okay.
speaking with your attorney to see if they can assist you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we do have Michael Brown, and then we have Melvin Armstrong up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Michael J. Brown, August 18th, 1982.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges that have been submitted today are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, that's a Class 4 felony, 4 counts of taking identity of another, Class 4 felonies, 2 counts of forgery, Class 4 felonies, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, that's a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of driving on a suspended license, that is a misdemeanor offense. So in your case, an attorney has been appointed to represent you. That would be through the Public Defender's Office. A status conference is set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. And those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in your matter, you do have a bond in this case based on a review of your history. That is going to be a $500 secured appearance bond. With the additional orders that you not have contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and because you do have multiple felony priors, you can't have any weapons while on release.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
So it's only $500 to
You've
get
got
out?
a $500 bond. If you're able to post that bond, assuming you have no other holds in place, you would be eligible for release in this matter.
Okay,
Okay? If you want to step over there, you can go and pick up that paperwork that's over there, and you are done.
thank you.
All right, so we have Melvin Armstrong after that, Dustin Herring. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Melvin Armstrong, 8388.
All right, thank you. You are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree, Class 3 felony, and 1 count of disobeying a court order. That's a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on June 13 with the preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30 a.m. Those are going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. Based on your otherwise limited criminal history, and I don't see you have any other arrest for a violation of the order that's out there, I am going to be releasing you today. But given the nature of the offense, it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring included as part of that release condition.
Okay.
That is being put in place because you do have the same terms you had before. You cannot go to that residence.
Okay.
You cannot have any contact whatsoever with the alleged victim in this matter. That would include through third parties. It would include indirect contact like social media, text messaging, and so forth, okay?
Correct.
You do need to obey all the terms that have been provided in that order of protection. So I do just want to warn you that a violation now of the no contact order that you're being given at this point, that could constitute aggravated harassment. That's a Class 6 felony, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, so I don't, okay, no.
All right, if you want to step over, you can go and have a seat at this time. That information will be included in your paperwork as well. All right, we have Dustin Herring, Daniel Ochoa Martin will be up next. Hi, Mr. Herring. Go and state your full name and date of birth.
Dustin Wayne Herring, September 18, 1980.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a bench warrant that was issued. Let me make sure I have the right information here in front of me. All right, looks like it was issued while you were in custody on an unrelated matter.
Correct.
And I believe you were released in those other 2
Correct.
cases, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So a new court date's been set for you. That's going to be a status conference June 13 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
That'll still be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Since it was issued while you were in custody, I'm going to release you on the same terms that you're on. So that was pretrial services supervision. So you do still need to contact pretrial services while on release to check in with them, okay? All right, any questions regarding that?
Nope.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's there. All right, so we have Daniel Ochoa Martin and then Gabriel Gonzalez up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Daniel Ochoa Martin, 11/24/1990.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of assault, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. That's the only count I was able to find probable cause on here today. There is an additional count here of possession of dangerous drugs that I was not able to find probable cause on. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but I was not provided with enough information here today. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17. And in this case, based on a review of your history, you are being released, but it is subject to the supervision of pretrial services. So before you go, you are going to be getting some additional information regarding that process. You have to stay checked in with them while on release. You're going to have the same release conditions here that you not have any contact whatsoever with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you want to step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. All right, so we have Gabriel Gonzalez and then Ronald Lovato is going to be up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Gabriel Anthony Gonzalez, 2/25/1992.
All right, thank you, sir. So you were here for a warrant that was issued for a direct complaint that's been filed, and that alleges 2 counts of aggravated DUI. Those are both Class 4 felonies. That has a date of offense of September 7 of 2024. So in this case, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. Your court dates are going to be a status conference June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30 a.m. So in your matter, because I don't show that that summons got to you, I do show it was sent back return mail prior to the warrant being issued. I am going to be releasing you today, but it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You would be subject to alcohol and drug testing and monitoring as directed by pretrial services.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
Yes, because I did make it to a court date for that, and I was told it was dismissed, so I wasn't sure.
It wasn't dismissed. They might have used the word scratched or vacated.
I've never heard
So-
those terms, but okay.
What happens is that it's not dismissed. Charges
Right.
were not filed initially, which is not uncommon in an aggravated DUI case where they sometimes need to have test results or something before charges are filed. So although they were not filed at that time, they have now been filed. And
Okay.
that's why the warrant was issued. Okay? If you have any further questions regarding that, you can certainly speak with your attorney. All right? If you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and
Thank you.
pick up that paperwork there and have a seat. We've got Ronald Lovato, and then Lindsay Smith-Ruiz will be up next. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Ronald Lovato, February 5th, 1989.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of burglary in the 3rd degree, which is a Class 4 felony. So in your matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set on June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30 a.m. And in this matter, you are going to be released today, but it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. So you are going to get their information in your paperwork as well. You do need to abide by the terms that you're provided there. That does include contacting them. You're also going to be ordered not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, go ahead and step over. You can go ahead and have a seat at this time. All right, so we have Lindsay Smith-Ruiz and then David Peterson up after that. And ma'am, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Lindsay Lee Smith-Ruiz, 5891.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. The charges that have been submitted here are one count of possession of dangerous drugs, that's a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. Those are the counts I was able to find probable cause on here today. There is an additional count, or 2 counts, of possession of narcotic drugs that I was not able to find probable cause on. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 13, preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30. I am going to be following the PSA recommendation. You are being released today, but it will be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. So before you go, you'll get an envelope that has their contact information in it and their instructions. You do need to stay checked in with them while on release.
Okay, and you have like, what, 24 hours to contact them? Or?
I think they say to contact them next business day or something along those lines, but it'll
Today's
say
what,
so in
Friday,
there.
right?
Today is Friday. Yeah,
Okay.
so if that is the instruction, then Monday would be the next
Okay.
business day. Doesn't hurt to contact them right away just to stay in compliance.
Okay,
Okay?
just to have it on record.
All right, yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have David Peterson, and then Ramon Gutierrez is going to be up after that. All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
David Peterson, July 6, 2000.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging one count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed here. You do have a status conference currently set on June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17. Those will both be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your matter, I am going to be following the PSA recommendation here. You are being released, but it will be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. So once again, you will be receiving additional information regarding that
But they
process.
said I'm not being released because of parole. I violated parole.
Do you have a parole hold?
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't in here. Does he show up with a parole hold? Or
So
is he
I'm not
hold?
getting released because I violated parole and I got arrested. You're still in a bottle for the, I've been to court.
Does it show anything? Okay. All right, but if you believe you have a parole hold, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this to a $50 secured appearance bond. That is going to change your court date. So that means your status conference will now be on June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30 a.m. So we're going to have to reprint out your paperwork since I'm making this change. Do you have any more questions before you have a seat?
I don't know, but I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay here, right?
If you have a parole hold, you are going to stay. Yeah, you're not going to get released from custody. All right? All right, we'll print out your paperwork in just a moment. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, Mr. Gutierrez, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Ramon Gutierrez, 10/13/2002.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of unlawful flight, that's a Class 5 felony, and one count of reckless driving, that's a Class 2 misdemeanor. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 13th, preliminary hearing June 17th, both at 8:30. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this case, based on a review of your otherwise limited criminal history, I am going to be following the PSA recommendation here. You are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, thank you.
All right, sir, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. There's Jonathan Hyatt and then Tracy Swift. Step after that. All right, so your full name and date of birth.
Jonathan Hyatt, 5/24/1986.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of the Peoria Municipal Court. This is for 2 counts of a violation of a court order. That is a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, it is considered to be a domestic violence offense in nature. So you are entitled to court-appointed counsel. That will be handled by the court that has your case. So they'll address that at your arraignment hearing at the Peoria Municipal Court. That is currently on June 19 at 9 a.m. So in this matter, based on a review of your otherwise limited history, as well as the fact I don't see you've had any other law enforcement contact for violations of this order, I'm going to give you an opportunity to be released today on your own recognizance. I'm going to warn you that you still have the same order of protection in place with orders that you not return to that location. You're also going to have an order here in your criminal release order that you not return to that location and not have any contact whatsoever with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. And I do just need to caution you that a violation of this order that you're being given here today could constitute aggravated harassment, and that's a Class 6 felony.
Okay.
All right? Any questions regarding that?
Yeah, that's still valid for another 6 months or so, correct?
I don't know what the violation expiration date is. It would be on the order that you were served.
It's really confusing. The order, the paperwork I got is not right.
That's something you can address with the court that issued it. It's not something we're addressing here today.
Okay.
I show you had a valid one in place as of this incident. But the main one you do need to pay attention to now is this court order that you have in place now, which would be in place until further court order in this matter.
Okay. So am I free to go to California in the meantime? I was living
That's something
there.
you're going to have to address with the court that you have here. That's the Peoria Municipal Court.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we have Tracy Swift and then Angelica Gallardo will be up next. Hi, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Tracy Swift, 31592.
All right, thank you. So you are here on a new case of Superior Court that charges one count of possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 4 felony. In this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30. And in this matter, based on a review of your otherwise limited criminal history, the nature of the charge, you are being released on your own recognizance. That is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. We've got Angelica Gallardo, Oscar Betancourt will be up next. All right, your full name and date of birth?
Angelica Gallardo, August 10, 2002.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. And this is for a petition to revoke that was filed alleging a violation of terms 3 and 7 of your probation terms. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30. Since there was just a nominal bond included in your warrant, and I do show that this is the first PTR filed in your matter, you don't have any other reinstatements, I'm going to give you an opportunity to be released pending that next court date. So you are going to be released on your own recognizance, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer. Within 72 hours of your release, you do need to contact probation. You are still responsible for complying with the rest of your terms as well. I'll just give you a warning that if you fail to comply with the terms of probation, after today's date, that a supplemental petition to revoke could be filed, okay? Do you have any questions regarding that? All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. We have Mr. Betancourt, and then Sky Barnett will be up after that. I'd say your full name and date of birth.
Peace. I'm the beneficiary for the estate, Betancourt. I'm here under duress.
Is your date of birth February 28 of 1978?
I'm not giving out any private information.
All right, we'll note that that is noted in your history here.
Okay.
Who
is the bailiff?
To reconsider this. All right, you are here on an initial arrest warrant. All right, so you're here on an initial arrest warrant that was issued by the Highland Justice Court. That is for one count of altering a serial number on a vehicle and one count of knowingly displaying fictitious plates. Those are misdemeanor offenses. So in this matter, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to the nature of the charge. You do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you. You have an arraignment hearing set on June 19 at 9 a.m. That'll be at the Highland Justice Court. Since this was an initial arrest warrant, in other words, a warrant issued in lieu of a summons and not a failure to appear warrant, you are being released on your own recognizance to appear at that next court date. If you fail to appear on June 19, it's very likely that a warrant will issue at that time. Do you have any questions regarding any of the information I've just gone over?
Yes, I want a full accounting of the bonds that have
Do you
been
have any
put on my
questions
account.
regarding the information that I've just gone over? If not, go
No.
ahead and step to your left. You can go
I do
ahead
not
and have a
understand
seat
any
at
of
this
that.
time. We have Sky Barnett, and then after that, Michael Sabo. All right, so state your full name and date of birth.
Sky Christine Barnett, 4/18/1987.
All right, thank you. So you were here for a warrant that was issued out of the Highland Justice Court. So in that matter, they've set an arraignment hearing for you on June 19 at 9 a.m. That'll be at the Highland Justice Court. I do show that this is the first warrant that's been issued for you in this matter, given the nature of the charge and that it is your first. I'm going to give you another opportunity to appear at that next court date. So you are going to be released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. I do just want to warn you that if you fail to appear on June 19, it's very likely another warrant's going to issue at that time. You probably won't have the same luck if you come through again on that, okay?
I'll be here.
Any questions regarding that?
I never received a summons, and I had been to 2 court dates where they had continued it, the first one, and then they did a time excluded with the prosecutor. And I feel like this may have been a mistake on their part.
So this is out of the Highland Justice Court. It's not out of this court.
Okay.
So I'm only seeing you on the warrant that they've issued, okay?
Would I need
So any
to?
questions regarding your case you need to bring up with that court?
Okay, will do.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have Michael Sabo, and then Anna Childress will be up next.
Hello, Your Honor.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Michael Louis Sabo, second, 11/23/1989.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are also here on a warrant that was issued. This one's out of the Highland Justice Court as well. So in your matter, They've set an arraignment hearing for you on June 19 at 9 a.m. That would take place at the Highland Justice Court. Now, in your case, it looks like this is also the first warrant issued in your matter as well, given that it is the first warrant as well as the nature of the charge. I am going to release you on your own recognizance, give you another opportunity to appear at your court date.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are being released in this matter. I'm just going to warn you as well that if you fail to appear at that next court date, it's likely another warrant will issue and you might not have the same luck again, okay?
The 19th, you said, of this month?
It is on the 19th of June, so
Okay.
technically next month, but we're almost to June now.
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. We've got Anna Childress and then Zane Taylor will be up next. All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
I'm Louise Childers, 11/17/1967.
All right, thank you. So you were here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of possession of drug paraphernalia. That's a Class 6 felony. That's the only count I was able to find probable cause on here today. There was an additional count for possession of dangerous drugs. I didn't find probable cause on that, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going away, but they didn't give me enough information today. So in your matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set on June 13, preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30. They'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. And in your matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear.
Okay.
Any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have Zane Taylor, and after that, it's going to be Daniel Kennedy. All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Zane Taylor, 4787.
You are here for a probation violation warrant that's been issued. That is for a petition to revoke filed that it shows that you're in violation of terms 3, 5, and 15 of your probation terms. So the public defender has been appointed for you. You currently have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30 a.m. That would be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So in your matter, because they just did a nominal bond on your warrant, and I do show that you don't have any other prior reinstatements in this case, I am going to be releasing you on your own recognizance to appear at that next court date. However, just keep in mind, you are still on supervised probation. You still have to abide by all the terms that you've already been given. If you do continue to fail to abide by those terms, they could submit a supplemental petition to revoke, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. All right, so we've got Daniel Kennedy. After that, we'll have James Wakely. All right, Ms. Kennedy, go and state your full name and date of birth.
Danielle Kennedy, 7/22/88.
All right, thank you. So I know you've already come in front of me for really what's essentially the same matter,
Okay, because they
Here's
listed
what
it as
happened,
page
okay?
2, so I was
Yeah,
confused.
you've been page 2'd because there are now 5 separate warrants. What's happened is a true bill has issued in North Carolina, okay? So they've issued additional warrants on 5 separate court file numbers, okay? So that's why you were brought back in, because basically you have these new warrants that were issued even though you were already seen on an initial warrant that was issued in your matter, okay?
Okay.
All right, does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so each of those cases does have separate counts, okay, for what you're facing back there in North Carolina. Now, I'm going to give you the same information, basically, that you had last time you came in front of me, because you're going to have the same options here today, that you can choose to waive extradition or choose not to waive extradition and have a hearing set in your matter. It is a little bit different today, but I'll explain that to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you do still have the same option that you could choose to waive extradition and return to the state of North Carolina on all of the warrants that you have here today. If you do that, North Carolina would have 30 days starting tomorrow in order to pick you up on those warrants. And again, that 30-day time frame would start tomorrow unless you have any local open cases. If you do have any local open cases, those cases have to be heard first, and then the 30-day time frame would start.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you would have no further hearings here in Maricopa County, and you would be held non-bailable in the Maricopa County Jail pending North Carolina picking you up on the warrants, okay? All right, so that's if you choose to waive extradition today. Your other option is you can choose not to waive extradition, which is what you did last time you came through here. So this time, if you choose not to waive extradition, your court date would be on June 9. Let me see what court date you had last time you came through.
It was the 2nd.
Was it the 2nd?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So at least at this time, these court dates would be June 9, okay? That would be your fugitive from justice or extradition hearing. Now, same thing that I told you before. I can't appoint an attorney to represent you, but you do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you. And there are sometimes public defenders present at those hearings who can provide assistance, but there's just no guarantee of that. It's also the same process where they do have to issue a governor's warrant in order to extradite you back to North Carolina. That process can take up to 90 days. That's the time frame they have to issue those warrants, the warrants in each of these cases, okay? Now, your bond or your otherwise release conditions is what is going to change this time. Due to the nature of at least one of the charges that came through, you would be non-bailable at this point, okay? So no matter which direction you go, you're looking at a non-bailable status, okay? The other 4 counts would still have bonds, and those would be $250,000 secured appearance bonds, but it's that non-bailable status that's going to hold you in custody either way, okay? All right, based on that, do you know how you want to proceed today, or do you have any questions regarding what I've just gone over?
I believe I'd be signing.
I'm sorry?
I'll be signing.
You want to go ahead and waive extradition?
Yes.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and go through the questions that I have to have you answer out loud, because I have to make sure it is a knowing and voluntary waiver on your part, okay? You do have this other case that is currently set for June 2nd. I'm going to go ahead and notify that court that you did waive in these matters, so that might be vacated. I don't know, but I'm just going to notify them of what happened here today, okay? Okay. All right. So first of all, with respect to your waiver in each of these cases that we have here today, did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork, which was that laminated sheet? Yes. You understand that you do not have to sign the waiver here today?
Yes.
You understand that you do have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona?
Yes.
And you do understand that you do have the right to hire an attorney to represent you at that date?
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before your return?
Yes.
And you understand that if you choose not to waive extradition, you would have the right to bail in 4 of the matters, but not the 5th one. Otherwise, you are going to be held non-bailable in all 5 matters if you waive. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to give up those rights in order to sign the paperwork here today?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you anything or threatened you in order to get you to sign this paperwork?
No.
And I know you've been in custody, but have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
All right, based on that, I do find that you are knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily signing the waiver, and I'm going to be signing it as well. I am directing the Sheriff's Office to notify North Carolina that you are ready to return at this time. They will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up on this unless there are any local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30-day time frame starts at the conclusion of that case. I'm going to go ahead and go through and enter these non-waivers in here, but do you have any other questions before I have you come up here and sign?
How do I get access to that information as far as the warrants on that end?
So in those cases, I don't know if you can get access to those before you're transported out there or not, okay? I mean, they are out there now, but I don't know exactly how to direct you as far as providing information.
Okay.
Do you have an attorney back in North Carolina yet or no?
Working on it.
Okay. Once you do, I would ask them for assistance in doing that. They might be able to help you with that. Okay? All right. And I can go through the charges if you want me to go through them. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead and enter that. Go ahead and step up here, and she'll let you know as soon as you need to sign on the little pad here. It's just going to take a moment.
Okay, go ahead and sign.
Excuse me.
You're going to sign again. You're going to sign about 10 times. Okay, go ahead and sign. Okay, go ahead and sign. Okay, go ahead and sign again. Okay, go ahead and sign. Go ahead and sign again. Go ahead and sign. Go ahead and sign again. Go ahead and sign. Go ahead and sign. Does the, money that, like, the only put on my,
Say again.
does the money that has been put on my book, does it transfer or?
You know, I don't know that. You might want to ask the officers to see if they're aware of what happens with that, but I'm not sure how that works, since that's through the sheriff's office, that the money goes on.
I just need a print, so if you want to just figure out for a little print.
All right, we get to call our next matter then while we're doing that.
Yeah.
All right, so, Mr. Weekly, if you want to go ahead and step in. And sir, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
My name is James.
I'm sorry?
I thought I broke it for a minute.
Go ahead.
But, my name is James Weekly. My birthday is 5/15/1998.
All right, thank you, sir. So you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. We do have the state appearing in this matter. Ms. Gahn?
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
All right, so you are here for one count of murder in the second degree. That is a Class 1 felony with the offense date of April 28 of 2025. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. You do currently have a status conference set on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30 a.m. Those are going to be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this case, I believe the state did want to address release conditions. I'll go ahead and turn that over to you, Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $500,000 cash-only bond. That's based on the nature of the charges. Our understanding is that Mr. Weekly has prior felony convictions. He allegedly stabbed the victim in the neck with a metal pen at a bus stop. It doesn't appear that Mr. Weekly knew the victim before that altercation. The victim unfortunately died from her injuries. He allegedly stole the victim's cell phone. Our understanding is that Mr. Weekly is a documented gang member that has ties to Chicago. Our understanding is he also has arrests and or possible convictions for other robberies. We believe that he is not only a flight risk, but a significant danger to the community. Thank you.
Mr. Weekly, I did read your Form 4 that did include the probable cause statement that was just briefly discussed by the state in this matter regarding the charges that you're facing here today. I did also review your criminal history, which does reflect your prior conviction, at least the one that I saw that was on there, which is out of state from Illinois. So in this matter, I do believe, based on the nature of the offense that we have here, that the bond recommendation that has been put forth is appropriate in your case. You do have a bond in this matter, which is going to be a $500,000 cash-only appearance bond. The rest of your release conditions are going to include that you not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. That would include the next of kin of the deceased victim in this matter, and that you not possess any weapons while on release. We'll give you paperwork that's going to reflect that information as well. But do you have any questions regarding anything that I've just gone over?
No.
All right, no questions? You want to go ahead and step over to your left? We'll provide you with that. You can have a seat at this time. All right, do we have Mr. Floyd down here, or how are we doing him? Mr. Edwin Floyd?
I don't have them, I can get it, no.
Okay.
Interpreter online.
We do have the interpreter on the line. Okay, we'll do the interpreter matters, we'll do our final matters, and then if we can bring him in, can we do that after?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I was told.
And that's perfectly fine, yeah, that's fine. All right, so let's go ahead and do our interpreter matters that we have here. Mr. Hernandez, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call in Eric Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez, if you can go ahead and do your appearance and then ask Eric Hernandez to state his full name and his date of birth, and he is now in the courtroom with us.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Martín Hernández, court interpreter. Señor Hernández, diga su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Eric David Hernández, el 30 de agosto de 1997.
Hernán Eric David Hernández, August 30th, 1997.
All right, thank you, sir. You are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is going to be for one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony.
Muy bien, señor. Usted comparece el día de hoy por un caso nuevo que tiene ante el Tribunal Superior por posesión de droga narcótica, un delito de categoría 4.
That is the only count I was able to find probable cause on here today. They did submit a second count for possession of narcotic drugs that I was not able to find probable cause on.
Your Honor, I'm very sorry. This is the interpreter. I think I must have heard wrong, and I said that he was charged with possession of narcotic drugs. Could the court do that again, please, so I can make sure I got it right?
Absolutely. And hopefully I didn't misspeak. So the count that I was able to find probable cause on is one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony.
El cargo para el cual pude dictar que sí hay motivos de procesamiento es por una acusación de tener adminículos para el consumo o uso de drogas, un delito de categoría 6.
The count I was not able to find probable cause on was the narcotic drug possession.
Para la acusación de droga narcótica, para esa acusación dicté que no hay suficiente fundamento fáctico.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter, and you have 2 court dates currently set at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
Se ha asignado un abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente en estos 2 casos. Usted tiene 2 fechas de comparecencia en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
That's going to be a status conference June 13 with a preliminary hearing June 17, both at 8:30 a.m.
La siguiente comparecencia será consulta de actualización el 13 de junio y audiencia preliminar el 17 de junio, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana.
So in this matter, you are being released, but it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services.
En este caso, usted será puesto en libertad provisional, pero bajo la supervisión de control de procesados.
You will get their information and the paperwork you're going to receive because you do have to check in with them while you're on release.
Usted recibirá la información de ellos en la hoja que se le entregue enseguida. Tendrá que estar reportándose con ellos mientras esté en libertad provisional.
Do you have any questions regarding anything I've gone over?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta acerca de lo que le he dicho?
No.
No.
All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and step over.
Muy bien, pase allá.
Mr. Hernandez, we do have one other matter. We just have to wait for a court clear and then we can move on with those.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, clear to call? All right, so we're going to go ahead and start today then with Jesus Martinez Murrieta. Sir, if you could step in the courtroom.
Vamos a empezar con Jesús Martínez Murrieta. Pase a la sala, señor.
Sir, please state your full name, your date of birth.
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
25, Jesús Javier Martínez Murrieta, 25 de marzo de 2005.
Jesús Javier Martínez Murrieta, March 25, 2005.
All right, sir, you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. We do have the state appearing in this matter as well, so I'll let Ms. Gaunt, you do your appearance.
Señor, usted comparece en un caso nuevo que tiene ante el Tribunal Superior y está compareciendo hoy la abogada fiscal Gaunt. ¿Abogada fiscal?
Brooke Gaunt on behalf of the state.
Brooke Gaunt, de parte del Estado.
All right, sir, you are here for one count of child molest, which is a Class 2 felony.
Señor, usted comparece por una acusación de abuso deshonesto de un menor, un delito de categoría 2.
The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter. You currently have 2 court dates set at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
Se ha asignado un abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente en este caso. Usted tiene 2 fechas de comparecencia programados para celebrarse en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad.
That is going to be a status conference on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30 a.m.
Tendrá una consulta de actualización el día 5 de junio y una audiencia preliminar el día 9 de junio, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana.
I'm going to turn it over to the state, who I believe does want to address release conditions.
Voy a pasar la palabra. I'm sorry, Judge.
Go ahead. Leave what I said off.
Le paso la palabra a la abogada fiscal para que diga lo que va a decir.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $150,000 cash-only bond, along with electronic monitoring and no contact with any minors.
Su señoría, el Estado está pidiendo una fianza de efectivo de $150,000 y si la presta, que esté en libertad con monitoreo electrónico y que le prohíba tener contacto con menores de edad.
This request is based on the nature of the charges. He allegedly engaged in repeated acts of sexual intercourse with the victim beginning when she was 11 years of age.
Su señoría, se está solicitando esto por la naturaleza de las acusaciones. Se entiende que hubo incidentes repetidos en que el acusado tuvo coito sexual con la víctima, empezando cuando tenía 11 años de edad.
His legal status in the United States is unknown at this time. Our understanding is that he is a Mexican national and claims to own a home in Mexico.
Se desconoce en este momento la calidad legal del acusado en este país. Se entiende que es ciudadano mexicano y él afirma tener una casa en México.
The state is concerned that he is a danger to the community and a significant flight risk. Thank you.
Al Estado le preocupa que él representa una amenaza real para el bienestar de la comunidad y que es propenso a la fuga. Gracias.
All right, Mr. Martinez, based on the information that has been provided to the court, as well as the certainly serious nature of the charge that you're here for, I do believe a bond is appropriate in your matter.
Señor Martínez, debido a la información y la severidad de lo que se alega en su caso, creo que es apropiada una fianza en su caso.
And that will be a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $150,000.
Será una fianza en efectivo de $150,000.
Any release would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring included as required by Arizona law.
Si usted presta la fianza, la libertad provisional tendrá que ser con la supervisión de control de procesados y monitoreo electrónico de acuerdo a la ley de Arizona.
Your release conditions include that there is absolutely no contact with the alleged victim in this matter, or any complainant or witness, and you're not to have contact with any minors.
Sus medidas cautelares incluirán que tendrá prohibido tener contacto con la persona afectada, tendrá prohibido tener contacto con los denunciantes, testigos y tendrá prohibido tener contacto con menores de edad.
The paperwork you receive will have your court information as well as all of those release conditions, but do you have any questions regarding either one?
La hoja que se le entregue enseguida tendrá sus fechas de comparecencia y las medidas cautelares en su caso. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta acerca de esas cosas?
No sé.
No, it's fine.
All right, thank you, sir.
Gracias.
All right, that was our last matter, so that was all we needed. I appreciate your assistance today, Mr. Hernandez.
You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, so we do have Ms. Dalton. If you want to go and step in the courtroom. Ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Kylie Dalton, 04/07/2004.
All right, and we do have the state appearing?
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dalton, you are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The charges in this matter are 2 counts, sexual exploitation of a minor, that's a Class 2 felony, and 2 counts of sexual conduct with a minor, which is a Class 6 felony. So in your matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. Your court dates at this time are a status conference June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30, and those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Ms. Gahn, I know you wanted to address the Form 4 as well as the release conditions, so I'll go ahead and let you do that.
Thanks, Your Honor. The state is making a motion to seal the Form 4 because it contained the minor victim's name as well as some other personally identifiable information regarding her. We'd asked to substitute the redacted version, which I provided the court. Additionally, I did file the written request to do that. The state is asking for a $50,000 cash-only bond along with electronic monitoring, no contact with any minors, and no contact with her accomplice. It's based on the nature of the charges. Our understanding is I don't believe Ms. Dalton has any prior criminal history, but these are very significant and serious charges. She, along with an accomplice, allegedly engaged in sex acts with a 16-year-old victim. Her accomplice videotaped or video recorded those acts. We are concerned that she is a danger to the community as well as to the specific victim. Additionally, there are some concerns for possibility of witness intimidation.
All right, thank you. All right, first of all, with respect to the Form 4, I have entered in that Form 4 will be sealed pursuant to the request by the state. I do note that the addendum Form 4 has already been uploaded into the system, so this will just address that original Form 4. Ms. Dalton, I did review the Form 4 in your matter, which does include the probable cause statement discussing the facts that the state just very briefly went over here and have considered the nature of the offense that you're here for. I'm going to be doing the same release conditions that your co-defendant received in this matter, and that is going to be for the cash-only appearance bond, the amount of $50,000, and if that is posted, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services with electronic monitoring as part of those release conditions. Your terms are going to include that you not have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and not have any contact with any minors. It's my understanding you don't have any minors currently residing at your home, is that correct?
No, not with it.
All right.
No.
Your contact or your terms will also include that you not have contact with any co-defendant in this case, who is the individual that you were arrested with in this matter. Do you have any questions regarding any of this information?
No.
All right. If you want to go and step over, we actually need to reprint her paperwork. I didn't have the no co-defendant contact in there, so I've got that information added now. You can go ahead and have a seat. We'll get that out to you. All right, thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and put the health calls that we have on record here. The first one's going to be for Raekwon Johnson, date of birth 9/22/2000. It looks like he is a house call due to being NASWA. So he's here for two separate matters. The first one's a municipal court warrant out of the Town of Fountain Hills Municipal Court in CM 2022-40. In that matter, an arraignment hearing's been set on June 4 at 9 a.m. at the Town of Fountain Hills. And in that case, there is a $500 secured appearance bond. Since the bond was set in this matter, the attorney was appointed pursuant to Rule 6.1. He's also here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging one count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, which is a Class 5 felony. Public defender has been appointed. Status conference set on June 5th. Preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. In that matter, there is a $3,500 secured appearance bond. We also have number 29, which is going to be Hal Geringer, date of birth 7/4 of 73, who's got three separate matters here. I show he has a house call due to being also NASWA. So in his first matter here, he's got a bench warrant that was issued. In that matter, his preliminary hearing is now set June 2nd at 8:30, and that's going to be with a $50 secured appearance bond. Are we setting those as witness preliminary hearings, or are we doing status conferences ahead of those?
For which one?
This is going to be for number 29. So obviously, FTA at his witness preliminary hearing, but are we going straight to preliminary hearing?
Yes, we just set the one.
All right. So his next matter is going to be for a new case that just came in for new charges. This is going to be for 4 counts of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony. Legal defender has been appointed. Status conference set June 5th, evidentiary hearing June 6th, and a preliminary hearing June 9. And because he is on felony release in that first matter I just went over, he is non-bailable in this matter. His final case here is going to be for an out-of-county warrant out of the Mayor Justice Court. They have an arraignment hearing set June 4 at 8:30 at the Mayor Justice Court, and there's a $785 secured appearance bond. Because the bond was set in that matter, counsel was appointed for that issue pursuant to Rule 6.1. Our final house call is going to be number 48, Larry Eugene Heisted, date of birth 10/5/71. I show he has a house call due to being combative. He's here for a new case out of Superior Court, alleging 1 count of resisting arrest, Class 6 felony, 1 count of obstruction. It's actually, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. Public defender has been appointed. Status conference set June 5th, preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. He's got a $500 secured appearance bond in that matter. So it looks like we're ready to go on our final matter here. And I didn't look at those FOJ. Were those good to go?
Oh, yeah, I double checked all of those.
All right, Mr. Floyd, go and step up to the podium here in the courtroom. And sir, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Azim Floyd, 08/22/2002.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got 2 separate cases here today on our calendar. The first one is going to be a new case out of Superior Court. The charge is 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony. So in that matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do currently have a status conference on June 5th with a preliminary hearing June 9, both at 8:30. Given a review of your history, which already includes this same charge that you're currently on probation for, you do have a bond in this matter. That's a $25,000 secured appearance bond. Your primary hold, though, is going to be your probation case, which has also been added here today for a Term 1 violation. So in your probation matter, the public defender has been appointed as well. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 6th at 8:30, and in that matter, you are being held without bond at this time pursuant to Rule 7.2 and 27.7 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. We'll get you some paperwork that's going to have all of that information in it, but do you have any questions regarding either case?
Wait, what was case number 2?
The number 2 case is your probation matter. So that's the matter that you're currently on probation for, I believe, for another possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor.
So I have a probation hold?
So you have a probation hold. Yeah, that's your primary hold.
How
That's
much
an
is my
unavailable
bond?
hold.
How much is my bond again?
I'm sorry?
How much is my bond again?
Well, your bond in the first matter was that $25,000 bond, but you do have the probation hold. That's a non-bailable hold.
Yeah, so if I get my PO to drop the hold, is that who drop it, my PO?
That's not who drops it. The court's actually who drops it. So you can certainly speak with your attorney about that, though.
All right.
Okay? All right. If you want to go ahead and step over, yep, you are done. Thank you. All right. Looks like that was everybody then. Since we've already put our house calls on record, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the recorder and we'll be at recess.